Thanks, Anthony. Okay, welcome, and this is the regularly scheduled meeting for Tuesday, November 17th, 2020, and this is being held via technology here. So I see we have a complete commission here, so we have a quorum, so I'll call the meeting to order. And do we have any planning commissioner announcements? Anybody wish to say anything? Okay. So at this point, we'll open the meeting up for public comment. This is the time for, if you have something that's not on the agenda, or if you have something you'd like to, that's on the consent calendar that you'd like to address, now's the time. It's typically 3 minutes. So do we have anybody, Anthony, for raising their hand?
Chair, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Okay. Then seeing no.
Actually, I just had a raised hand by Paul Nagy.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and. Okay, Paul, you are live and free to give your testimony.
Hi, all. I'm actually just testing this. I wanted to know if you guys could hear me or not.
Okay, Paul, you're coming through fine. That's great.
It's my first go round, so.
Okay, well, we'll open it up on when your case comes up on B1.
I understand now. Okay, thanks. I'm glad you guys hear me.
Okay, great. Thanks for the test there. Okay, so we'll close public comment.
I have one more raised hand from Carol Truesdale, Chair.
Okay. Carol? Would you like to speak, Carol?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and welcome.
Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for all that you do to our community. I'm Carol Truesdale, been here since 1995 and loving our environment and wishing you and all your staff a very healthy holiday season until this COVID situation absolves itself through vaccine or whatever. My concern tonight, and I cannot stay for the R1, the 3300 Panorama project. I sent out a letter today to Mr. Graham and to your commissioners. I don't know whether you had received it or not. My concern is that going from an R1 designation to an R2 designation is going to impact North Morro Bay beyond comparison. And I was assured that through many council meetings and meetings with Mr. Graham that the R1 designation for 3300 Panorama would not be changed, and all of a sudden it's going to be R2 now. That concerns me gravely because it's going to impact the traffic patterns in North Morro Bay, the families in Morro Bay, and I would really like you guys to consider keeping all that property on R1, especially if the acquisition of the other 5 lots coming in along Panorama through what you call sphere of influence comes in and changes the whole dynamics of our beautiful city. So, I hope everything goes well. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So those are the concerns that I have. And again, I respect the integrity and what Robert Teft had said. Once you start creeping in and creeping out, you change the dynamics of this wonderful city. So thank you very much for hearing me. Again, I wish everybody a very blessed and wonderful Thanksgiving and balance of the new year. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Carol.
All right.
Anthony, do we have any other?
Yes, Chair, I do. Kristen Headland has raised her hand. Let me go ahead and...
Hello, commissioners, planning commissioners, and staff. My name is Kristen Headland. I live in North Morro Bay. I submitted a document to everyone, and I'm speaking at the beginning of the meeting because I don't know when you will be talking about the housing element. But for myself, I would like to know if you could answer my questions that I submitted. I am concerned about the 3300 Panorama property that is not identified correctly on the map. The density is incorrect. It's noted as medium density, and it should be moderate density. I took part in 3 meetings, and at those 3 meetings, the GPAC meetings, 2 GPAC meetings, as noted in my comments. The first one was on January 19th of 2017. It was at this time the 5 residents came forward and spoke about the property, with it being having the incorrect density noted on the plan Morro Bay land use alternative map, and the Morro Bay staff member said that there was a mapping error and it would be fixed. It was not fixed at the next meeting, but then that was February. Then in March, there was a joint city council and planning commission meeting, and once again, our Morro Bay staff member from the community development department stated that there was a mapping error and it would be fixed, and it has been fixed until this October Plan Morro Bay document has come forward. I think that the fact that this question about the density has already been addressed, and my hope is that this is just another mapping error that could be easily fixed. I thank all of you for your time and attention, and have a good meeting. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. Anthony, do we have anybody else in the queue?
Yes, Chair, we do. Mark Davis. I'm going to go ahead and allow him to talk.
Okay, Mark.
Just anyone public comment, just make sure, please, not to be fiddling papers while you're speaking, because it is picking up that sound as well, and it is harder to hear your testimony. Just putting that out there. Thank you.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you fine.
Thank you. I moved to North Morro Bay about a year ago, actually on November 1. And before I did, I had checked the status of 3300 Panorama and understood that it was an R1 zoned parcel. So now I'm confused and concerned. The streets, as you all know here, Panorama and Woodby and Iberbuena and the like are remarkably narrow and full of cars from vacation rentals and renters and homeowners such as myself. So I would like to have a better understanding as to what the Planning Commission intends to zone that property, I guess, once and for all. And that's my comment.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Anthony, do we have anybody else wishing to speak?
Chair, I do not see any more raised hands in the queue.
Okay. Then going once, going twice. Closing public comment at this point. So, Scott, we have a few questions here on Panorama and the zoning on that.
Certainly we can get into a larger discussion on that when we get to the general plan item, but we've had this conversation before, and the law changed, and we're not able to downzone density on property any longer, not without replacing that density someplace else. And so we put the land use for that lot is currently designated medium density in the city's general plan, and it will remain so. Because we don't have the ability to change it because the law has changed. That's why it looks the way that it does, and that's why we didn't go back to the moderate density, which would correspond to regular R1 zoning. Zoning is not in front of you this evening. It's just the land use as it relates to the general plan. So, okay.
So that conversation will have to come up again when the zoning comes back up, or will this be the...
Well, you'll always be taking on, picking up the general plan as a third item this evening. We can have a larger conversation about it, but that's kind of the gist of it. We made the change back because we can't change it. It was shown because we all agreed that was what it was going to be, and we were going to, change it back to that moderate density, even though that's not consistent with what's in that neighborhood. That neighborhood is developed at medium density. This was going to be different from that, and now it's not going to be different from that. And that, I understand why they have a concern about it, because maybe they're thinking, oh, you're pulling a fast one here, but we're not. This is the state of California. Changing the way we do business. And, their intent is to build housing in the state of California because we need lots of housing. And you can't downzone property without replacing that density someplace else. So that's the limitation that we have. And so we changed it back the way that it is to be consistent with state law.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next item is presentations, and we have none. Next item on the agenda is our consent calendar. And so we have the current advanced planning processing list as A1. Does anybody wish to speak to that item? Could I have a motion on that then in a second?
Move to approve the planning processing list.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none. We have a motion and a second. Scott, could you call the roll?
Certainly. Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Barone.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Commissioner Ingraffia.
Yes.
Chair Luer.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to public hearings, and this is item B1. This is a major modification for MAJ 20-003 to the UPO 520 and CPO 562 and the ADO 132 for 296 Alder in Morro Bay. And do we have any ex parte communications? I think we have, all of us have met, so I think that's reported on that. Okay, then staff, do you have the report ready?
Yes, I do. Here we
Okay,
go.
thank you, Nancy.
All right. Do you see a presentation?
Yes, it's on my screen at least.
All right. Okay. So this is an existing building that is just about finished. And there's a couple of major modifications that are being requested to the existing permits, as you mentioned. To give you a little background, this is one of the issues is the roof line, and this is going back to the conceptual review design on the left and the final approved plan on the right. And this generally shows how the design changes that were requested between these preliminary approval and final approval were flat roofs, added windows, increased landscaping, 12-inch exterior banding between garage and residential floors, remove wing walls between decks, enhance exterior lighting, and increase deck opening on second floor. The modification for the roof line requested is to, at the July 2018 hearing, the Planning Commission added a condition asking for a roof line change and modification to the garage openings, for a roof line change on the second floor roof over the east deck. So the photo or the rendering on the left shows the architectural's rendering of meeting the Planning Commission's design change on that long roof line on the east side. The photo at the bottom shows existing conditions. So the building was built without any variation in that roof line. And then to the left, there are two different options. Option number one is showing a metal awning, similar to what's over the garage door and the man doors. Added, I'm not sure if it's attached to the roof line or under the roof line. I believe it's under the roof line to kind of give you that break in the long roof line. And the lower level is option two, which is a pop-out section of roofing over that deck opening that is stucco with a different color. The next issue is the deck walls. And again, you can see the concept review design had full height deck walls with an angle at the end. The Planning Commission had asked that the wing wall separators between the west facing decks be removed, and then also added the request for a wide white band between the ground floor level and the residential floors. The photo or the rendering to the right shows the final approved design that shows pony walls dividing the decks on both the second floor and the third floor. And the reality. So again, the left photo is the approved drawing. And the right is a photo of the building during the first inspection in October. And the dividing walls between the decks on the second level are full height, including the two end walls. They're stepped back a little bit, but they're full height. And so this is a tough one. So the owner is not asking or not suggesting any modification, but rather asking for approval of the existing condition for the deck walls. The exterior finish on the lower level. The approved plan from 2018 had horizontal siding, a different color than the residential floors, and a wide white banding between the garage level and the residential level, as shown on the photo or the rendering on the right. And the actual condition, again, this shows the approved plan, and the actual condition is both on the north side of the building and the south side of the building. There is no change in color, and there is no horizontal siding. The contractor had mentioned that when they changed the garage design to remove the garage door and have the openings larger to meet the ventilation requirements, he wasn't able to waterproof with the change in materials, so he just used stucco for this side and the south side of the building, which also has some big garage door, or not garage door, but garage window openings. So he is requesting an alternate, which he is showing on the rendering on the lower right, which is painting the bottom the same color as the siding. And he is proposing that only on the north side, but staff would like you to consider whether that should be continued on both the north and the south side. He does not show the white banding that is in the drawing on the top left, and that also should be something the Planning Commission should consider. Landscaping on the west side of the building, this again shows the concept review design and the final approved design. Both show a masonry type wall at the lower level of the ground floor with plantings on both sides. And that is to kind of hide the change in elevation where you see some of the foundation of the building, and there's a lot of utilities going into the building on that side. And this is the the current condition is the photo on the right, and that is early October. And that shows you kind of the condition of the change in elevation, the exposed concrete foundation, and the utilities going into the building. The contractor is proposing a short screening fence, which is not shown in this drawing, but a short screening fence with plants on both sides. That would allow, he was concerned about stormwater effects by having a masonry planter, so that would take care of that. I think it would achieve the same thing that the original concept had proposed. This was not on the menu, but this is related to a public comment that was received that is related to the exterior lighting. You can see from the final design that was approved on the upper left, it was screened lights with a downward cast. And the photo on the top right, so I hope I get my directions right, is the actual condition. So this is the fixture that was installed on the building, and it is an upward cast, and it also directs light outward. So one of the neighbors provided the photo on the bottom right of the building lit up at night. And I added some specifications. I don't know if I found the exact fixture that's used on the building. It looks like it is, but it is upward direction and doesn't have any downward cast and then no shielding. So that the staff is recommending approval of the major modification to the existing conditional use permit, coastal development permit, and parking exception permit by adopting Planning Commission Resolution 18-20, which includes findings and conditions for approval of these modifications. Paul is on the call, so he is the owner of the building and the contractor and may have some comments to add as well.
Okay, at this point, we'll have questions for staff, and then we'll open it up for public comment in a second here. So does anybody have questions they'd like to address to staff? Okay, Joe?
First one, just what the mechanism when an applicant feels the need to alter something that the Planning Commission may have required after the Planning Commission's initial approval. What exactly is the mechanism? I want to understand that. Which I understand did not take place.
I mean, an ideal process would be that they would recognize that's a change to the approved plans. They'd contact staff and we'd make a determination whether it was a minor modification that could be decided on an administrative basis or whether it was a major modification that needed to come back to Planning Commission. In this case, it wasn't, we weren't notified in advance. We discovered some of these conditions on the first walkthrough after being requested to do a final inspection.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Michael, you had your hand up?
Yeah, Nancy, just to the record, just because a plans examiner or some other process doesn't catch these things doesn't relieve the owner from the obligation of the planning conditions, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Jesse, you had a question? Oh, you're still muted.
Yeah, I'm just having some trouble. I got multiple screens here going. Nancy, the revised plan at the common patio, I was wondering why it wasn't an option to revert back to what was originally approved. We had two options and one of them wasn't what was originally approved.
Well, neither of them were what was originally approved. The contractor can speak more to this, but he said that the structural engineer said that structurally that roof line could not be modified at this point.
Okay. I'll have to query him, I suppose. The second thing was, do you know if those lights that are proposed meet the dark sky ordinance?
You know, I don't think we require that. I think it's recommended. And those are just drawings. I didn't have a spec of the actual light. But I think we could certainly request something without a direct cast. So those lights are drawn so that you can see the bulb, and probably the real lights that should be replaced. And I think the owner is willing to replace the exterior lights and maybe also put them on a timer or a dimmer or something. But I think it should be a model that has a downward cast and the bulb cannot be seen from the pedestrian level.
Right. I'm pretty sure 2016 Cal Green will require that it is downcast and it doesn't have more than 25% spillage, and it is on the motion sensor time clock or some variation of that, of those efficacy requirements. So I believe that's in the 2016 Cal Green requirements if you get to it.
Susan, I didn't know if you raised your hand or not. Okay. All right, then at this point, we'll open it up for public comment. And would the applicant like to speak at this point? So, Paul, if you'd like to address the Planning Commission, now's the time.
Chair, I think I saw him raise his hand, and so I'm going to ask him to unmute right now. Paul, you are unmuted, and you're live.
Hi, everybody. Sorry for that delay. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming out to the project.
Excuse me, Paul. Do you have your video off?
I guess so. You can hear me, but you can't see me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's not necessary, but it is nice.
Yeah, I know. I've got this whole waves and beach and palm tree behind me that you can't see. So, let me just talk to you because I don't want to fool around with that right now. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming out to the project, and I want to thank Scott for allowing me to get on this agenda because he knows that I'm under kind of a time constraint. So. As you all know, I wasn't part of this during the planning process, and so some things fell through the cracks. So I didn't know that what was my fault, but I didn't follow through enough and make sure that I knew what was required of planning department and conditions. So. This is the first time that I saw the original drawings, and I sure like them a lot better. I like that roof with pitch on it a heck of a lot better than flat. And but I did notice that it shows partition walls between the decks on that original drawing. So it's kind of interesting. Let's see. I do understand that the lights are need to be changed, and I don't have any problem with that. And other than that, I really don't have much more to say. I know you guys have a busy night, and I just want you to go ahead. And I've already talked to each of you, so please just go ahead and deliberate on this and make whatever decision you guys do. I'm going to be happy to provide whatever I need to.
Okay, thank you, Paul. If we have questions for you, we'll address them to you. At this point, we'll open it up to any other public comment. Anthony, do we have anybody wishing to speak to this item?
Yes, Chair. I do see a raised hand from Ed Applegate.
Okay, Ed, welcome to the meeting.
Let's see.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if my video is on or not.
That's okay.
Anyway, I've been a resident here for 35 years, and I'm just going to go over a few things. I used to work for CAL FIRE for 35 years, and I've done lots of inspections myself on a defensible space mainly. But then when I went into the Prevention Bureau, I became a peace officer and a arson investigator, and I started doing other inspections on new construction and commercial buildings out in the county. But when I was at the academy, one of the things we discussed was the difference between the letter of the law and the intent of the law. And a person that wanted to write tickets could do tickets all day if they just stuck to the letter of the law. A lot of the inspections I did, I had to work with the property owners to find some reasonable accommodation because there's such a variety of properties in the county for hazard reduction. And anyway, that's it. You know, the intent really is to be safe, you know, and ensure that the footprint doesn't change, all of those things. And I think that you guys do a good job with that, but sometimes we get stuck in the minutia. And I just hope you take a, you know, higher view, you know, 50,000 foot view. I'm just going to close with a little kind of curious thing I came across when I was doing a tour at Petco, which is this stadium for the San Diego Padres. It's a new stadium, and it's ADA compliant. And on the umpire locker room, it's labeled with both text and Braille. Think about that. Anyway, those are my comments, and I hope I made my point. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Ed. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak on this, Anthony?
Chair, I do not see any raised hands.
Okay, we'll leave the public comment open and see if there's any questions for the applicant. My screen's gone. I can't see everybody on the commission right now, so because of the screen share. So does anybody wish to address the applicant? Just speak up.
I have one question for him.
Okay, Jesse, go ahead.
Paul, Nancy was saying that the structure, not that I think it's absolutely necessary, but just at the common patio, is it not possible to modify that roof to be what was originally approved? And if so, why not?
Can you hear me, Jesse?
I can, sir.
Okay. You know, it's already plastered and roofed. There's a big cricket built behind that parapet. It would be demoing the building beyond what that notch is worth in that visual break. I mean, it would really be unbelievable to have to tear that apart, that brand new building apart to get that. And I don't know if you recall when I met with you out there that I tried to get the truss company to bring me trusses for that little notch. It didn't make it onto the structural plan from the architectural. It didn't make it to the structural plan, and it didn't make it to the truss plan. Both of those were approved by the city, but there was a small disconnect there that the truss company sent them to me. Now, this was mid-March, and at that time, COVID was shutting down everything. I was lucky to get trusses at all. When I asked the truss company if they could provide me with those shorter trusses across that 20-foot span, they said, sorry, all of our guys are not coming into work. No one will come to work. So I had to forge on. You know, this is one of these structural. I mean, it's just a problem we have in building. You know, everything's not perfect, and we have to deal with what we get sometimes, and that's why I trudged on forward. But then it was approved by the building official. You know, signed off to go ahead and roof it, go ahead and plaster it, which we did. Now those are just 2x4 trusses up there, and it's all roofed and plastered.
Okay, so it's not a structural impossibility. It's more just a strong desire to not do it. Am I understanding you?
Well, no, I don't think so. It's structurally impossible other than tearing the building apart. You know, and I don't wish to do that. Yeah.
Sure. I understand you don't want to do that. I'm just asking if I mean, to me, a structural impossibility would be it can't cantilever, it can't do this, it can't do that. So it just okay. I think I got where we're going with that. So.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right. Okay. Thanks, Paul. We're going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission now. So thanks for your testimony. Who'd like to start on this one? Okay, Jesse.
All right, I'll make it quick here. I'm not dying to see that that roof get torn apart and redone. I actually like the second option. I believe. Let me go try to go through this item by item so we can get this done quickly. The option that had the let me see here. I don't even know what you would call it, a mansard, the hanging.
Yeah, it had the on basically like an awning.
A hanging awning, yeah. I actually think that would look great there in lieu of tearing that roof apart, which I'm not in favor of. I just wanted to make sure that we were given an option to have it as we approved it originally and not have it not given to us that way.
So Jesse, let me interrupt here a little bit. Let's all just go through with the options as we do. Let's talk about the roof line first.
Okay.
And comments on the roof line. So Michael, you're next on my square here. So
yeah, I mean the thing that I expressed to Mr. Nagy when we met out there that there had been a lot of discussion about this project because of the heights that we were dealing with here, and that my concern is when there's a disconnect that ends up with an impact on the community visually, like some of these are, that it just kills the possibility of this type of thing happening again. Nobody's going to believe that what we do makes any difference. And so I think it's a negative thing that the staff comments didn't somehow make it to the building officials to double check the owner, but it's the owner's obligation to take care of those things in the first place. So the process was to me very unfortunate on the owner's part, and I understand there was an owner transition, but that doesn't make any excuses. But I don't think I have a problem with it the way it is. I think adding more things just complicates the elevation unnecessarily. It's got the deep recess, which is a big shadow pattern that helps break up the mass, not as much as if the roof had been pushed back would have been a much more dramatic shadow pattern. But I don't think adding anything else really makes any difference. There's nothing to cast a shadow on to show any surface articulation difference because there's nothing there underneath it. So on that one, I'm fine with the way it is out in the field.
Okay, Joseph?
I'll preface it by saying the list of inconsistencies with what the Planning Commission had decided previously is pretty extraordinary. And the applicant hasn't made any suggestion that the departures were in any way accidental. They were intentional. But specifically with respect to the notch on the east side, I think the fix of the awning is fine with me and pretty much approximates what was originally planned. So I'm okay with that one solution for that one part.
Okay, we'll go through these item by item. Susan, do you wish to express your thoughts on the roof line or on the awning or the notch?
I kind of actually like the idea of just a different color paint, which was brought up, I think, by the owner. I didn't love those little awning things because they were not very purposeful. But I wouldn't stand my ground one way or the other, though. So if there was a majority of people who felt strongly about adding those, that's fine. And I wasn't on the original deliberations on all of this. So I guess the notch could have made sense, except that it would have been less coverage on that little deck area. So if you wanted to sit out there while it was raining, you'd be getting wet if it was notched in. So I would probably go for a paint. I think paint is an easy cure for a lot of things. But I'd be fine to go along with the awnings too.
Okay. I'll express my opinion here on that. I think the awning, what we're calling the awning, would be fine. It's an element that's on the building, and it'd just be a repetitive. It would repeat at that point and would also actually give a little bit more shelter to that notch area. So it'd actually give you a little bit more shelter in that area. And it's not adding a new element, and paint doesn't seem to, replicate itself over the years. So I think it's better if we do something that might break it up. But I'm not, I would go with the majority on that. So I think we have like 3-2 on the awning. So we'll do like a thumbs up on the awning solutions, and then the wing walls for the separation of the decks. Who would like to start on that one? Let's go with Susan this time. Do you have any opinions?
The opinion after seeing the building was that it was a very fortunate change, because I would not want to be living in those places and having my neighbors look into my kitchen and living room area every morning when I'm drinking my coffee. So, again, it's unfortunate that it went against a plan, but the plan itself didn't make a whole lot of sense when you think about it. So for the privacy and the practicality of people living there, there's no change that really can be made there. And the upstairs, the second floor does have the lower pony walls. So there is a little relief with that. So I wouldn't change anything.
Okay, Joseph?
Certainly with respect to the interior pony walls, because I also looked at the property, and where there's not full walls, there'd be a real invasion. There could be a real invasion of privacy by one tenant to the other tenant. But with respect to the walls on the corners, I don't see any justification for why those had to be full walls. So I would, that was one of the, as I recall, one of the more important modifications we made. And I would be fairly insistent that that be restored for the reasons stated, that it would break up the massiveness of the design.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah, I didn't look at the video, but my recollection was we went over this with the project crew in the first piece, and it was actually their idea to take them out or to leave them out, because I expressly remember questioning that. So it certainly floats the upper level as being lighter by removing the corners. But I tend to agree with Susan. I actually think it's better if they're actually together, and it does create another deep shadow line, and it helps break up some of the long lines that are there.
Okay, Jesse?
I think I can go either way. I kind of see it Joe's way, in that the interior walls need to be there, but the exterior walls don't. But I could go either way with this, whichever way is helping getting this thing going.
Okay, and then
may I say something, Joe?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
What was decisive for me was the fact that the normal procedure should be to come back to the development office and to the planning commission and say, well, we've rethought this and this is what we'd like to do, rather than sort of assuming the decision-making process and going ahead with something that wasn't approved.
Yeah, that's I think agreed on by everybody, Joe. I think that's, and then also on the comments too, on the contract documents, there's a requirement that the last page of the architectural drawing or the contract documents have the planning conditions printed on all sets. So it is a included set. So the planning commission requirements should have been in the construction document.
May I say something to that, Jerry? Real quick?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in construction a long time, and I realize these things happen. It doesn't bother me. I mean, it doesn't bother me that they press forward without obtaining prior approval. But big but here, I wouldn't want that to be a reason why they cannot comply with what the commission is saying at this point. So since they're seeking forgiveness rather than permission, to use an expense justification to not rectify the situation, I think is not that's what's really I don't get upset about it, but I don't buy it. So that's something that I'm willing to consider as a reason why they cannot.
Right. The only reason I could see why they could not is for some reason that the corner walls especially were, not handled in a cantilever, and they required those for structural support for gravity loads down to the next floor. So, but I don't have the structural plans with me, so I have no way of evaluating that.
Post and beam.
Pardon?
Post and beam.
Yeah. So I don't mind I don't mind the wing walls. I don't like the way it happened, but I actually, I could go with them. I'm not real strong. We did want to see that lighten up on the corners when it came to us before, but I'm not going to die on that hill. So what's the consensus on the commission as far as the interior wing walls? It seems like everybody's fine. I don't mind the shadow lines in the box crate, the egg crate it almost creates in there. I think it does add some interest, but it does increase the mass of that sidewall.
The one thing I think, if I can just put it, I don't know if Nancy still has the presentation, but I do think the corner is pushed back about a foot or so.
It is.
Yeah. So there is a little lightening up at the edge, and that part's cantilevered out from the base in the first place, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Yes, it is.
Well, and the reality of it is, if say we approve them, or we require them to remove those wing walls on the end, I think whatever tenant ends up in there is going to create some sort of false wall with fake trees or some kind of a screen, and maybe that'll look worse. So I mean, I'm just throwing that out there.
And those end walls we did bring up when this was with us before that that is windy there, and they do provide protection from the wind for the units inside too. So there is a functional aspect of that also, to those. So what's the consensus? Do we wish to leave them as they are? Let's
leave it as it is.
So raise your hands if it's for leaving them as is. Okay, so we have 3. Joseph, what's your point? What would you like to see? Joe?
He wanted the end walls reduced.
I think he's froze.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought he was just real still.
Okay, so I think we have 4-1, and we can leave the laws as they are if that's agreed. I see both points on that. Okay, the next item would be the siding and the wall treatment on the base floor. Part of this is with the openings that changed. Also the way I see it at the openings, also the sizes of the openings changed from the original drawings. So the physical elements do not line up like they did before. And so, that I think creates a problem with, requiring them to decide that or put the banding on there. The banding's not going to articulate cleanly around the building like it did in the original drawings. So, but where do we see on that? So, Susan, did you want to speak to that one?
Sure. I liked, again, the paint solution, and I do think it should go all the way around the building so that it's got some consistency. And then that white banding actually looked pretty good in the pictures, I thought, in the rendering. So I would take that all the way around, too.
Okay, Jesse?
I'm going to dig my heels in on this one. So the siding to me, not only should it go all the way around and encompass that garage, that garage portal, but it should, we should get some sort of an aluminum or some sort of a steel bar situation in that opening as the rendering shows. I think this is critical to this design. I mean, that wall is very plain, very no frills, no thrills. And that siding to me was everything. And I don't know why they can't take it further down and maybe step it. I realize that the weed street's extremely high on the and the left end if you're looking at the elevation compared to the right. But you could step that weed screen. That to me that looks terrible to have like an 18-inch weed screen.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah, I think when you look at the neighborhood around it, this is the side of the building. The east and the west are far more significant, I think. And the people across the street, it's mostly the side of the townhouses. It's openings to their driveways that face this. So I don't think it's as prominent as it may be. It's on a major street, though. A lot of people are going to be going east-west on that street. But it's also reduced down a few feet. So, you're only seeing about half of that height from the driving up and down the street. But I do think at least the paint is absolutely critical. The siding, I'm hard pressed to buy the idea that you can't put the siding on. That was one of the technical things that was suggested. And I think you could probably figure out a way to do that. But I do think it should be something that is consistent on both sides, even though that's the side yard of a house on the other side. But I at least the paint, and I'd go with the majority on the siding. But I don't think it's as critical as the last one we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick, Jerry?
Go ahead, Jess. Well, Joe needs to speak up if he's unfroze.
Yeah, no, I apologize that something went wrong with my computer. I missed the earlier part of the discussion. We're talking about the horizontal.
Yeah, we're talking about the siding on the lower base and not putting it on the I think it was the north and the south sides.
Right, right. Okay, well, I know there didn't seem to be any explanation at all as to why the siding wasn't on the south wall. So I'll just leave it at that. There is no explanation why it isn't there. And with respect to the north wall, I'm sort of thinking about what Michael said. I'm a little skeptical that it's simply not possible to combine a horizontal siding with some kind of an open space cutout. So I think it improves the facade, and I'd like to see it there.
Okay. So.
Can I interject?
Go ahead, Jesse.
Just wanted to throw this out there. So when Paul and I were walking this thing, we were talking. There isn't a reason that it cannot be done. You definitely can wrap that wall, and if you had to wrap the whole other side of the wall, if you didn't want to transition, because Paul was saying that you don't want to transition at a corner, but we transition at corners all the time. Matter of fact, we transition on the corner of the other elevation. So it didn't seem. It didn't seem correct that you cannot transition to that, and you definitely can, and if you absolutely had to, you could wrap it around the other side, the inside of that wall as well. So it can be done.
Yeah, I didn't see a technical reason why it couldn't be done either. You could always cap that with a metal cap, and then with the cement boards, they're not going to warp out like they would with a wood siding or a fiberboard siding. So I think it's technically feasible. I didn't really buy that argument either, but I know it's an effort, but it was also a requirement. And I think it does make a difference on reducing the apparent height of the building, even though it is set down a little bit more. But I think that was one of the requirements that we had, and I think it should be run through. So then the question, Jesse brought up was the ornamental ironwork. And the question I have with that is, do we have a egress problem with that, or where,
garage door stays open.
The garage door is open, so we wouldn't have an egress problem with that, but would we have it as far as a path of travel or anything like that, through the building?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the opening wasn't required to be there, I don't believe, in the original design, and it seemed odd that it was necessary for ventilation, but at this point, I guess that's kind of moot. But
so let's run through that on the ornamental. I think it only showed as an ornamental screen. Nancy, could you show up the original elevations on that to see where the screening was on the opening was supposed to be, or was that originally just a window?
Okay, so this is just the current view of the building. This is the approved plan after the garage modifications. I'm going to go back to the originally approved plan. So you can see here the window was very small on the garage level, and there was a door.
In a parking spot.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's actually covered up by my screen. So, okay. So where do we stand with the ornamental grill or the ornamental detail in that window? So, who hasn't spoken first here? Joseph, do you want to speak to that, or?
Sure. I think if the issue had come before the Planning Commission about that cutout, the necessary for that open space, we would have decided that it needed some sort of ornamentation to just improve the appearance of it. So I don't think having some kind of a metal screen is an unreasonable or an extraordinary addition.
The drawing where they made the request did show ornamental iron on both window openings on the north and the south side.
Okay. I get that answer sort of thing. I would be in favor of having that ornamentation there.
Okay. Michael?
I guess my former urban environment would suggest that when I saw ornamental iron, it was a crime problem in the neighborhood. I think once the garage door is gone for ventilation, the ornamental iron on the smaller opening, partially hidden by a fence, seems not necessary anymore. But I'm sensitive to what other people think about the aesthetic based on what was shown as well. So I could kind of go either way on that one.
Okay, Susan?
I don't feel the need for the iron. I had the same thought, that it reminded me of barred windows in inner city areas. And I know we've sort of passed on the siding and the paint issue, but is it possible to find out? Because that's not my area of expertise. If there's really a waterproofing issue with adding one material to another material and making sure there's a good seal, we have a lot of issues with moisture and dampness and water, and an El Nino year can suck up a lot of water into, stucco and concrete. And so I would rather have somebody who's an expert let us know whether that's a feasible solution to put that siding and wrap it and do whatever he might have to do around that opening. But again, I'm not the expert. I don't want us to set parameters that aren't realistic and aren't fair and aren't long-term. so.
Okay. Well, I think we've got 3 experts here, or 4 actually, with Scott involved. Michael's been in the business for how many years, and Jesse's plan check, and I've been pounding nails for a few minutes. So it's from my experience, it's entirely feasible without being a financial burden.
Okay.
So Michael, are you in agreement? Jesse, are you in agreement in that? Okay.
And I don't even think you would have to scratch that stucco. You could probably just go right over that stucco with the cementitious siding, and not skip a beat. If you wanted to wrap the inside, great. If you wanted to break it at the garage portal, that would also be acceptable to me. I would much rather see the siding than the paint, but that's just one man's opinion. So. Yeah,
I'm more for the textural change too, rather than the paint. So we get back to the ironwork. I'm 50-50. I'm not, I'm not going to, require it, but I wouldn't mind. I think it's just it could look great if it's done right. If it's not done right, it'll look like, the smoke shop down there on Morro Bay Boulevard. So
I can see everybody's point on that. Whatever you guys think is.
Okay, so thumbs up if you want the ironwork. Okay, I think we're 3-2, so I think it's if he thinks it makes it look better, then he can put it in there. So
that's continue the siding and the white horizontal banding around the entire building.
Yes.
Okay.
That's unless I hear somebody say no. Okay. So then we're into the lighting issue, and I think
landscape plan.
Oh, the landscape. I'm sorry. You're right. I skipped over that. So who wants to go first on the landscaping on that? Michael?
Yeah, I think this one's pretty critical to me because that neighborhood is one of our lower density developments with 1-story buildings, and the neighbor to the south, I noticed, has a very beautiful porch and front yard that they occupy. And, one of the problems with this type of technique for adding housing as opposed to the single house or townhouse kind of thing is they gang up so many of the utilities. So that picture was not the most recent picture. There's a significant number of meters down next to the adjacent house to the south, in addition to the massive I guess it's the sprinkler line or something that's outside the fence on the north side. So what do we do to that iron fence? For the window is dwarfed by the bright blue and red sprinkler system out there, which looks like play equipment almost. But I think it's pretty significant we break up that base and break up the image that those utilities have to the west. And so I'd be open to whatever my colleagues think is the appropriate way to screen that. We've got a fence on the corner already. I'm not opposed to continuing the fence array around. I don't think it has to be masonry. I'm not a fan of putting masonry veneer on the base of these buildings anyway. I know that's a meme that's very popular now, but the fence, I think, at a minimum is important to get up there to hide the utilities and break up some of the yard there.
Okay, Joseph?
In theory, I don't have any opposition to the wooden fence, except that it's not as permanent as stone or masonry. And in a few years, it may rot, and then we have the issue of, is it going to be replaced and what will it be replaced by? So I would like to see some sort of a fence, but something more permanent. Whether it's metal or stone or brick, I'm really indifferent. That's my thought.
Okay, Susan? I'm sorry.
I agree with Commissioner Lucas. There's definitely a need to conceal things and I don't think wood's the best one.
Okay, Susan?
I like the idea of a low fence. I would leave the particulars of what kind of material up to the owner who's going to have to maintain it and make sure it does last. I do like wood as a look, but I'm sure they can get a good landscaper to come up with something that's consistent with the look of the rest of the building. So,
Jesse.
I agree with everything I've heard. I'm not as concerned with this. I mean, obviously we need to do something, but the what isn't as critical to me as that it gets done. Me personally, my biggest concerns are keeping water away from that foundation. And in doing so, it seemed to me the simplest solution would be an aluminum rail type, wood, white picket aluminum fence that tapered with the slope of the lot so that it looked level from the street. But that was just, my brain.
Okay. I don't really want to introduce another element there. We've got the wood fence and the siding that's going to be going around the rest of the base. So I just think it needs to be one of those two elements. I'm concerned about if we create a solid, what would presume to be as a solid masonry or sided wall, we then create a well for things to gather. And so I think that would happen less with a wood fence than it would with a masonry. And I definitely don't want to introduce another element. I think, we don't have anything to tie it into. So I'm happy with the wood fence or the sided, the siding, but I think I'd prefer the wood fence. So how does...
I just want to add, I agree with Jesse about keeping that line. I don't think we want to start seeing a slope fence on that side.
We want to tie it to the building, the line of the building, rather than line of the street. So we good? So we good with a wood fence, or does anybody have an objection to that? And the wood fence and landscaping.
Okay. I think Paul was proposing shrubbery, so anything that we propose would be something that he wasn't proposing.
Well, I think the wood fence with the landscaping of the shrubbery as a screen for that, I think.
Are we trying to match the color of the rails on the patios?
I think we're trying to match. I think we're trying to match the wood fencing out in the front, or that's in that's screening the parking spot outside.
That actually is supposed to be stained to match the deck railing.
Okay. Yeah. Great. That'll work. Okay. Then the lighting. Who hasn't gone first? Michael?
I was going to say, the lighting in general to me is something I think we need to have in our records to remind ourselves when we approve a project. Between the Kelvin color temperature of the garage, the lighting on the upper levels, and those exterior lights on the building, we have 3 different color combinations, going from very warm, probably in the 1800 kind of degree range, to those ones that are on the outside are like 4,000. Those are like, we're almost bluish. And the color tone concerns me a lot in addition to the brightness. The brightness is totally inappropriate. And I really think we've got to make sure we get these dark sky coordinates on there. Some of the things that we've seen, some of my neighbors are concerned about some things that are happening down in the flats, that even up here on our angle on the sides of the hills, we're seeing really bright lights from down in the flats near Route 1. And I think it's important we stand on this one to change those lights out.
Okay. Jesse?
I agree 100%. I actually think those lights that were installed aren't compliant anyway. So I think the building inspector could ask for that to be changed, and we wouldn't even need to come back to this level of review.
Okay, Joseph?
Yeah, I agree. The lights aren't compliant, and I agree with what Michael said, that we should devote more attention to something that's compatible. All the lights should be compatible in the project.
Okay, Susan?
Yep.
Yep, and I agree. They need to be in a warm white color range. And I'll leave the color range up for, it's usually from 2,700, there's 3,000 on down, but essentially a warm white. They definitely shouldn't be in the 4,000 to 5,000 degree Kelvin. And the typical color rendition should be in the 90 plus range, so the CRI should be somewhere in the 90 plus range on that too. And I think even code requires them to be photosensitive and motion detected.
They have a couple different options there. Photo cell for sure, and then they have a choice between a time clock or a motion sensor.
Okay.
And all the pictures do show the down lighting anyhow.
Yeah. They definitely need to be downlit.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as we're talking about lighting, since they changed the garage openings to have no door and larger openings, I don't know if there is any requirement for how the interior garage lights operate, whether they should be motion sensitive or on a timer, but that also creates a lot of bright light spilling off the property.
Yeah, you're right about that, Nancy. And that basically becomes each of those openings become a lantern, so I think those need to be tied in. I'm not sure how you shield those, though. I wouldn't know, because they're downlights inside, if I remember right.
Given that this is multifamily, I think they have to do that A and B lighting, and A is, dim and, you could still see, and then B is when it's motion sensor activated and then it gets brighter. Pretty sure that's what the non-residential standards are.
Okay, I think that's a good solution. Okay. Any issues that we missed?
I don't think so. So the resolution is drafted with the decision that you settled on for the roof line variation, the deck wall dividing walls, and the landscaping plan. So if you get to a point where you're making a motion, you want to note that we're going to modify planning condition 1C, which is a change to the exterior finish on the north and the south side, to siding and banding to match the east and west walls. And we're adding a new condition that would be something to the effect of change exterior light fixtures to meet dark sky criteria, warm white, CRI 90 plus range, compliant to code requirements, and change garage lighting to dim with brighter at motion sensitive.
I think that's it. And then on the roof line, we're talking about adding it as the awning.
That's already in there. I guessed that one. That one I predicted.
Okay. And then, and then the wing walls remain, okay, and that's probably that was in the conditions that.
Yes.
And then did you get the landscaping?
Yes, I predicted that one also.
Okay.
And we're going with option 1, the middle awning?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so what are the lottery numbers this week?
Those I can't do.
Okay. Okay, so any further discussion? Anybody wish to discuss? Okay.
Only that if possible, it seems much more aesthetically pleasing to bring that Weep Street line down on the Sequoia elevation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what that was.
On the Sequoia Street elevation, the where the stucco stops seems very high, and it just seems it would be more aesthetically pleasing to not be so high.
Well, I think it's, Jesse, I think it's better to keep it, if it can be at a continuous height around the building relative to the floor levels. I think it's more important to do that. The only problem I have is, how those elements tie in with the architectural openings and the awnings and stuff like that. It needs to make sense in regard to that. So, and I think that's something that we can hopefully rely on the aesthetic judgment of Scott to make sure it works, or he can reach out to Michael and, to confirm it. So.
I mean, that was shown on the approved plan for the garage modifications. It showed the siding and the banding wrapping all the way around at the same level as the others, so they all tie in at the corners.
Correct. And it also showed on the approved plans that there was more detailing around the windows, which we didn't get in.
Right.
So we'll let that go at this point, but, not to belabor the point, but, okay, do we have a motion?
Well, I guess I'll try.
Okay.
I move that we approve a major modification, MAJ 20-003 to CUP UP 0-520, Coastal Development Permit CP 0-562, and Parking Exception 80-132 to amend the roof line for option 1 metal awning. The next thing was the option 1C. Planning condition 1C, siding and banding on the Sequoia elevation, and the lighting change to warm white CRI 90 and also to include A and B lighting in the parking area.
So let me question your motion on that. Jesse, are we requiring the siding on just the Sequoia side? I thought we were talking about it also on the Alder and then we even mentioned the interior side. So what are we?
I'm okay with it wrapping around the entire thing. We never talked about the actual, would that be the south elevation, but the elevations, the approved elevations show it, so it should be there in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Michael brought that up, and
okay.
So a show of hands to see it wrapping continuous.
Okay, wrapping continuous. I amend my motion.
Okay. Good job. Okay, Nancy, is that consistent?
Yes, I got it. Yes, thank you.
Okay, then do we have a second? Joe seconds it. Any discussion? Okay, so can we call the roll on this?
Yes. Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Barone.
Yes.
Commissioner Ingrafia.
Yes.
Chair Lohr.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, item number D.
Yeah,
excuse me.
I have one thought.
Okay.
Now that the decision has been made, but given the number of departures from what we had originally decided, and given that that the departures were, not mistakes in the true sense of the word, and given that there is an obligation on the part of the builder to inform the development office, and we can't always count on the thoroughness of the development office and to find these things in a timely fashion. Do we want to talk about that in terms of incentives so this doesn't become too common in the future?
I can speak to that a little bit. So, as most of you know, I'm in plan review for a jurisdiction here in local. And as the building plan reviewer, I'm often not looking at the planning conditions. It's not extremely surprising that those got through the plan review process without the scrutiny it deserved. So, unfortunate, but just a reality of the plan review process.
In this particular set of plans, this was only on the structural components, but it was on the architectural drawings, even for the roof and the second floor. The notch was shown, and the applicant acknowledged knowing what the requirement was and acknowledged moving forward without it, as he did with some of these other items as well. And I told him, I said, the biggest issue you're probably going to have when you face the commission with your changes is the fact that you didn't come talk to us first. I mean, that's the thing I would think that you'd be the most upset about, because in a lot of these items were specifically talked about by Planning Commission. So even if he would have come to staff with us, we would have been right back here anyway, because he would have had to make these arguments in front of you, because staff doesn't change conditions on projects related to things the Planning Commission adds. We don't do that. If there are things you weigh in on, that's what we hold to, those things, and we would bring them back to you because they were things specifically deliberated by the commission.
Yeah, that's my point. I was in no way criticizing, Scott's office or the plan checkers. Just it seems to me that the onus is on the owner to come forward when he's contemplating changing something and tell people that this is what he wants to change and why.
Michael?
I just wanted to say, to me, the saddest part about this is that a number of us are very aware of the state concern about housing. And we very much want to advocate good, higher density work being done. But when something comes before here specifically for our review, because of its sensitivity hitting the envelope of density and the modifications that we suggest being on there to mitigate the impacts of the density, especially the visual things in some of our sensitive neighborhoods that are in transition, it's a damning thing to not have those things carried out. It makes it look like people can get away with whatever they want to do, and that the neighbors aren't listened to. So this wasn't a small addition somewhere else that we did a kind of something that wasn't that big of a deal. We had people speaking at the hearing on this in a sensitive, close to view corridor. So I think it's important that, when we deliberate on these types of things again, we may need to beef up our some of our conditions.
Yeah, that's a really good point. On this one, I didn't feel like there was any malfeasance. I think it was just, this was one of those things where things fell through the cracks. And, and contract documents get, if you're building the roof, you're looking at the roof. You're not looking at the landscape plan, and so I can see how things happen like that. But these were conditions that we put on because we also had not given, but had considered the height limitation, and some of these items were mitigating the additional height that was allowed in that zone on PC approval. So then to not have them come forward was a mistake, and I don't think it was intentional, but it was a mistake, and I think we were perfectly, perfectly in our right to have those things, on the finished project and not just on the plans that we approved. So Jesse?
Not to disagree there, but I mean, I think on some level this was a gamble by the builder. I mean, Jerry and I, we've done building a long time. So I think the builder knew what the plans said, and just decided that he was going to go all the way forward and ask for forgiveness rather than permission. And that's not an uncommon thing in building. So, I mean, I'm not saying, he did it with any kind of malintent. He just, it strengthens his argument to have to undo something and cost him X amount of dollars and rip X amount of construction up because it's already done, and I think he got a couple of gimmies that way because it was already done. Like I would have preferred the roof been at the common patio been per plan, but since it's already done, I'm more reluctant to ask him to do that. So I think part of this was a gamble on his part. And while I'm sensitive to that, I'm also not sensitive to that. I mean, having done this for a long time, it's like, well, you gambled and you lost, or you gambled and you won, so.
Yeah. I think we were fair, so that's all that's what I'm pushing for, and I'm going to stick with it. So, any other comments? Okay. Yeah, the one thing that I guess I will comment on too, I'll get back to my hobby horse about, I don't think it was in this case, but people not pulling permits and doing work and then asking, either asking forgiveness or having somebody come back later when it gets caught 10 years down the line or something. And then they're saying that, oh, well, it wasn't our fault. It was just done. I didn't do it. And that's, I'm sensitive to that, but that goes on way too much here. We're kind of a bedroom community to the valley, and other areas. And I think it just, people think they can get away with stuff here. And I'm not saying, definitely this wasn't the case here, but people think they can get away with stuff here because, we're just Morro Bay, and it's not going to matter. So, Susan, you raised your hand on that?
Just a quickie. I agree in the sort of house awareness that I've had in the last year or so. There's a lot that's done without permits. There's a lot of illegal stuff. I also think there's been a reputation with our town as not being a good place to do construction and being challenging and, being inconsistent. And I think that's going to change. And I think it's already changing. And I'm hopeful that with some of the new systems and the way Scott's department is sort of rearranging things and streamlining processes, even getting this general plan together finally, I'm hopeful that the processes will be easier at that permit level so that more people will just come in and do it. So it's not such a outlaw kind of activity. It's just what you do, and you do it right, and you check it off and you get it done. So I think we're going to see some changes in that. I think part of the special meeting earlier today was about looking at how contractors, developers, investors see this community and hoping to change some of that perception. So.
Okay, let's get to B2 here, and we can hope for the best on all of that. So B2 is case number UPO-044, UPO-200, and this is 560 Embarcadero in Morro Bay, and this is a review of a conditional use permit for the Thai Bounty restaurant. And so do we have, so is there a staff report available?
Yes, Chair Lure, I'm going to give the staff report. I'm going to share my screen.
Do we have any ex parte communication on this item? No? Okay, none.
Okay, oops, this is the wrong one. Sorry. It fast forwarded to the front. Apologize.
So there's a problem with goals.
Yeah, okay. Wouldn't let me, oops. Okay, so what you have before you this evening is review of the permits, the conditional use permits that allow the 560 Embarcadero property, the Thai Bounty restaurant, to operate. The city, over the last couple of years, has received several complaints, and really an accelerated number of complaints over the last few months related to noise, and those noise complaints have come in from surrounding neighbors, specifically noise complaints related to music being played on the patio. A little bit of background on this. UPO-044 was approved by the Planning Commission back in 2004, and that established the restaurant use of this location. In 2009, we amended those permits with UPO 200 with a minor modification to add an outdoor dining area and an outdoor grill. We canvassed the permit history for the property, and were not able to find any approvals for the playing of music on the patio. Again, we've had a number of complaints, a lot recently, and you can see the bottom bullet point there. It's 32 calls to PD, over a period of time between April 19th of this year and November 1st of this year, all related to noise. That's a lot. We've had numerous interactions with the restaurant owner, Mr. Milanis, and have not been able to, get the situation addressed. I think at one point the PD issued a citation to Mr. Milanis, and we discussed it internally and eventually withdrew the citation. And that was because of some interaction I had with PD in that we were looking at, addressing this through the permitting process and trying to work with the restaurant owner to address the noise issues that we were experiencing and to reduce the number of calls and the volume of calls that we were receiving, because that was just too many, in a short amount of time. So we went through that process. We talked to Mr. Milanis and his representatives, understood what our concerns were. We requested that they reduce the level of noise or the level of music on the patio, and unfortunately didn't receive any changes to that noise or music level, and we continue to receive complaints. So we sent a letter in September of this year and provided three options really for them to proceed. One would be to discontinue the playing of music on the patio, submit an application that amended existing permits to allow music on the patio along with an acoustical report to address noise impacts to the neighboring properties. Second was to reduce the volume of the music on the patio such that it could not be heard beyond the property boundary. And the third was just to discontinue the playing of music on the patio. We had discussions with Mr. Milanis about this. Didn't really change any of that behavior. We continued to receive complaints on up until recently even. So it became an issue. It said we're going to have to bring you forward to the Planning Commission for review of your CUP as it relates to the playing of music on the patio. And so that's why we're here today. I think we do have in our planning permits and the conditional use permits that were approved for this, there are findings there that the proposed use does not impact the health, safety, general welfare upon adjacent uses. This continued level of music on the patio, I think contradicts that and does impact folks that are in and around the area because we continually receive complaints. We haven't gotten a satisfactory, response to those complaints and are continuing outreach to Mr. Milanes to address those concerns. And so we scheduled a public hearing for the Planning Commission to review, that conditional use permit and the noise issue. We have a kind of two-pronged recommendation. One is to adopt Planning Commission Resolution 19-20, which will amend the previous conditional use permit approvals to prohibit the playing of music on the patio. Now, this could be an interim, process whereby the applicant still has the ability to do what we suggested in our letter, and that is to evaluate the music impacts on the patio and to submit an application to amend his permits to allow the playing of music out there with some sort of acoustical analysis that would mitigate the impacts on the surrounding residential and commercial uses. In the area. So that's kind of where we're at. That's why we're here. Happy to answer any questions at this point on this. Don't want to overcomplicate it, but again, the number of complaints we've received and the amount of staff time that we've spent, trying to address this has been significant, and something needs to change. And so that's why we're here.
Okay, questions for staff? Who would like to? Okay, Jesse.
Scott, when you say acoustical remediation, are we talking maybe some kind of paneling installed to bounce the music a different way?
Well, so I would say you could have, an acoustical engineer conduct an analysis related to how you're laying out your speakers. You have somebody that's professional in setting up speaker systems so it doesn't do this. I mean, there's different things they could do. They haven't done any of them. And I think we got a letter from Mr. Milanes today. I don't know if you've seen it or not. One of the things is, I lowered the speakers today and the impact's not as great. I mean, that's today. It's not a report. It's not an evaluation of the system. It might be helping. I don't know because we got it today. And it might be something along the lines of what you're talking about, Jesse. It might be simply a different speaker system out there that doesn't extend that, to cast the music up the bluff. Tends to play music with a sort of heavy bass on it, which travels up the hill fairly well. And that's one of the complaints we received. But it's not just from the uphill neighbors, it's from others as well. Some of the commercial businesses we receive complaints from. So, we're hoping what we wanted to do in the beginning, it was, just to reach some sort of agreement on what could happen out there to reduce the level of noise. We weren't getting the complaints, and that just hasn't happened.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, a possible remediation could be obtaining an acoustical engineer's recommendation for how to mitigate.
Correct. That's what we'd be looking for and come back and amend the permit. That's in the letter that I sent in September. That was what I suggested. I was like, just have it evaluated because you have an issue. But that hasn't happened. And 32 calls to police department in like 6 months is crazy. So we need to do something about it. And that's the option that we've put forward. That's the option that we put forward in September. And honestly, that's along with the recommendation of giving to stop playing music on the patio right now, it is for them to go do that. Go do what we suggested, a couple of months ago, and let's move forward so they can have music out there. I don't want to stop him from having music on the patio. I want to stop the complaints. and that's really what I'm looking for. I don't want to impact his business. I know this does to some extent, at least he feels that way. I'm sympathetic. But again, I fall back on what I said before. We need to do something.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Scott, if we, he goes through the noise analysis, the acoustical analysis, sets up the system to run appropriately on number 4. And what do we have? What are our options if he then cranks it up to number 11? And we're back here again.
We start issuing citations.
Okay.
We're in the economic times we're in right now are not great, and we just rolled back, and you can only have outdoor now, right? Dining used to be able to have 25% inside. You can't have that now. Yeah. And we're going to be this way for at least 3 weeks and probably longer with the holidays coming. I don't imagine our infection rate's going to go down much. So we're going to be here. This is going to be our life for a while, in my opinion. So I don't want to do things that impact the economic viability of our businesses. I don't. So which is why I don't want to issue citations right now, which is why we kind of let this float for a little bit to see if we could get resolution. It just didn't work. We could continue to issue citations, I suppose, but I'd rather just deal with it through the permitting process. We have a clear path forward. This is what we told you to go do. You didn't do it. Here's your citation. And that would probably stop it at some point because it won't become viable for him to do business if we're citing him like that. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. Hopefully it comes to a resolution that allows him to have music out there.
Okay, so at this point, we'll open it up for public comment. We'll allow I'm not sure what to call him, an applicant or an appellate here to speak. So if is the appellate in the?
I think I have him here. Yeah, hold on just a second.
This is Anthony from AGP. I have George has got his raised hand.
I believe that's him.
Okay.
Okay. George, you're still muted.
Hello?
Okay. Go ahead. We can hear you now.
Hi. Hello, everyone. This kind of snowballed out of, as Mr. Graham has mentioned, it's kind of gotten out of hand. It's not my intent to not be cooperative. I just want to start by saying that first, it's not in my interest to play my music so loud as to upset my dining customers. That's just the basic premise doesn't make sense. Yes, just a quick, what's the word I'm looking for? Just an overview of what's going on here. I've morphed my business into doing two cuisines, and really at the heart of it is the music. I'm Cuban. The music is a big part of the culture and the experience I'm trying to bring to my restaurant. It's a validation of who I am and my food and what I would like to share with the community. I've been doing business in the area now for going on my 12th year. I mean, over 12 years. I think I've got a very unique brand here, but music is a big part of it. If anything, this summer, since I've introduced the Cuban element to my restaurant, which is Thai Bounty, and now it's actually known more Milanese Cuban cuisine and Thai Bounty. They're both foods I love, but something happened this summer that excited me. After 4 years of introducing this Cuban menu, it looks like it's working. I'm excited about it. My postcards that advertise and promote my restaurant. It says the tagline is "One Home, Morro Bay, Two Authentic Cuisines." I'm proud of being here, and quite frankly, I'm proud to be able to holding my ground as long as I can here because I'm self-funded, but the restaurant, the Cuban element, really seemed to come together this summer. I'm on the cook line a lot, and I'll tell you, I hear laughter. I hear a festive joy going on in that patio. And I'll come off the line and look out there, and you got a group of people are up, and they're all salsa dancing. I can't tell you what that. For me, it's, again, a validation of my Cuban roots, my heritage, and something new that, quite frankly, I love what I do. Again, it's been a rough road this year. I'm not trying to make excuses for the noise. It's tough. I've been monitoring it, but the fact is my diners enjoy the meal. They like the music. Occasionally someone says, can you turn that up a little bit? We're celebrating our anniversary. They get up and they're dancing. The other diners are loving what they're seeing. It's festive. It's honestly, you got to be part of that. But again, it's, I'm willing to work and make this work for everyone. But I'll tell you, we got on the wrong foot at some point, and I've just the excitement I was having with the restaurant all of a sudden was being, it just kind of shaken up. When you got people dancing in your patio and then two officers walk in and have to take you aside and write you up because a customer asked me, can we turn that up a little bit? Yeah, sure, here. They enjoy their dance. They sit down, we turn it down. Again, it's dynamic what I do. It's not an easy business, and I'm just trying to do the best I can here. So I'm hoping that I have some other folks that will kind of chime in on what I'm saying, at least attesting to, the feeling that, it's a good feeling that's been going on all summer there. So with that, I'd like to start that discussion and put that back in your court now. But I do appreciate, given where we're at, to find some resolve for this.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that, and we'll open it up for the rest of the public to speak to this matter. Do we have anybody else with wishes to speak to this?
Yes, Chair. I currently see 3 hands raised. Jane Heath, I'm going ahead and unmuting you.
Okay, James.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. As I indicated, I apologize. My camera's not working, so I'm not able. I can see you.
Okay, we can hear you, so that's great.
I'm definitely here. I wanted to speak with you. I actually am a local attorney, and I represent George Milanis. So as you look at the issue, I'm going to ask you to look at 3 issues in particular. First, what exactly is the problem here? Is the problem the music? Is it a problem with neighbors who dislike the impact of the adjacent commercial use, or is something else going on? Because this restaurant is not in a mixed neighborhood. It's in a commercial district. George Milanis is attempting to offer an authentic Cuban experience in a location where he played music on his patio for 9 years. And so why is it suddenly a problem? Is it, we've heard there were 32 complaints, but what we haven't heard is from how many individual folks. Is this 1 or 2 people who don't like Cuban music, who don't like the bass, who are just generally unhappy because of COVID, and so they're spending more time outside, as all of us are, and so they're more bothered? We don't know the answers to any of those questions. That information has not been given to Mr. Milanis at all. So it's the second issue that I'd like you to look at is that the current CUP is silent about music, and it was enjoyed for years without complaint. But the music here, there's no allegation it exceeds a particular standard. The noise ordinance itself has not been violated based on the very descriptions in the ordinance. What's the goal here? He's hard-pressed to attempt modification unless he knows what the goal is and what the standard is that he's trying to meet. Too loud is just not an adequate standard to justify investment. I'll tell you that I've spoken with 2 acoustical engineers. both gave estimates over $7,500 just to do an investigation before they even touch a mitigation. This restaurant in COVID-19 cannot afford that. So the third thing, and very quickly, is just asking you to please consider both the public policy and the extraordinary commercial environment that we're in with COVID-19. As of today, Mr. Milanes can only serve patrons on his patio. If he is told he can't have music, he's basically giving them half an experience. And I would therefore ask you to please not adopt the proposed resolution. Spend some time and develop some standards so that he knows what the goal is that he needs to meet. Just not any more complaints is not a standard. And he needs to have some kind of an objective standard to work with. So I appreciate your attention. And I know Mr. Milanes will stay on the line if you need to talk with him further.
Okay, great. Any other members of the public wish to speak to this item?
Yes, Chair. I see Aaron Young. Okay, Aaron, you are unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes. Thanks, Aaron.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your time and everything working through this. I got to say, I'm really disappointed we're even at this point with this. Give you a little background. I serve on the Chamber Board of Directors. I also serve on the Government Affairs Committee. I've grown up in Morro Bay, went to Morro Bay High School, worked on the Embarcadero and restaurants when I was a kid. And I own a sailboat on a mooring right across from the yacht club. So I frequent George's restaurant quite a bit. One of my favorites in Morro Bay is some of the best food, one of the best cultural experiences. It's an icon in our town. I can't believe that we've had 30 phone calls and that those are 30 separate people. So I have to agree with Jane in seeing that this hasn't really been vetted as to what these complaints are. And it's got to make you wonder, is there something else going on? And I just encourage you guys to really tread lightly on this, especially since you haven't provided any metrics as far as what is loud. I want to share my experience with you that I go there to dinner quite a bit. I take friends there. I take clients there. I do lunch there. Sometimes I try to do breakfast as George is open. I was there one evening with a good friend of mine that's a CDF firefighter after getting off a blaze, taking him out to dinner, enjoying it, sitting there talking to him very, very softly. We didn't have to yell over the music. We didn't have to speak loud. And in come the police to give George a ticket. And I can't tell you the look on the face of all the patrons that were in there to see uniformed police show up in a restaurant in Morro Bay when people are just trying to sit down and relax and have dinner. We are in unprecedented times, and I think this is absurd that we're having to deal with this and that George is having to deal with it. And I can't imagine the stress it's caused him in his business after everything he's been through. So I really encourage you guys to tread lightly on this and really, if there's going to be a complaint, there has to be some sort of standard as to what the problem is, because I drive by there. I'm down there almost daily. I go to the restaurant. If you guys haven't been to the restaurant, I encourage you to before you make any decision here. There is no noise issue there. I mean, he's not even a quarter of as loud as Otter Rock used to be down on the Embarcadero, or Libertine for that matter, that plays live music. So, really, I can't help but feel that there's something else going on here. And, I'm in support of George continuing to play his music. I really want to see his business stay in Morro Bay. I really want to see him thrive in Morro Bay. And I think you guys really need to think about this, because this sends a message to the business community and the businesses that want to come to Morro Bay and do business. Your decision will resonate with others that are seeking business in Morro Bay. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
All right. Chair, we have one more speaker, Margarita Falcon.
Okay, great.
Okay, Margarita, you're unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Hello, can you hear me there?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, my name is Margarita, and I'm a Cuban doctor. I'm a specialist in oncology. I got married last year in this country. I arrived to this country last year. And right now I'm talking from Vanderbilt Village. And one of the surprises that my husband wanted me to give me when we were up to Seattle, Washington, celebrating one of our honeymoon, he discovered this place, and he said, honey, here is a Cuban place down in the Central Coast. So what do you think? And I say, what do you think? Let us go there. So it happened in December last year, and I fell in love with the place and connect me with my roots. And I really miss Cuba. I have 2 years here without travel to Cuba. So that place as an amazing place, full of happiness, and I have met many other Cubans, other Latin people, and yes, we are really a little noisy culture. we like laughter, we like music, we like dancing, and we celebrate there our honeymoon. We celebrate Christmas, the end of the year. Then we went again for San Valentine, and I decided to spend the summer there helping George. So we have a beautiful, beautiful experience during this summer with many family around, not only California. We receive family from Florida, from England, from Italy, for all around the world, and they just love the place. And please, we apologize with the neighbors. We don't want to create any trouble. We invite them to come down and dance with us and have a good time. We love peace. We love peace, so we want to be in peace with everybody, and we want to bring more joy to Morro Bay. And me, I'm studying for get the medical license for be able to work in this country. And there is a work that I start to do in Cuba about longevity and quality of life. And I really want to use Taibonte and Morro Bay as a place for do it, because joy, laughter, dancing is something that help with the quality of life. So, well, my time is over. Sorry.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Margarita.
My pleasure.
Okay. Is there anybody else that we wish to speak to this item?
I currently see 2 more hands raised. One of them is Helen Beard. Okay, Helen, you're unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Helen Beard and one of the residents affected by the music at Thai Bounty. And this has been an issue pretty much just for the last couple of years. And it has just gotten worse and worse. And it isn't that any of us that live up here. There are 7 of us that are affected by it, and there are businesses across the street that are affected by it. And none of us have a problem with music, except for when we have our windows closed in our living room upstairs and we can hear it. Then it becomes to us noise, and it's no longer music. So this is the reason, and we started by calling code enforcement, but you have to catch them on their days because the hours have changed. And unless they hear it themselves, they can't do anything. So they suggested to us that if we can't get hold of code enforcement, then to call the Morro Bay Police Department, which is what we have done. And we have called way more times than the police were called. And it isn't just us myself or my husband calling, it's our neighbors that have called. And so it isn't, and we're not unhappy people because of COVID. We're very happy. We just like the peace and the quiet. And if they can keep the music at a level where it is not, we can't hear it up here, whether we're sitting on our deck, working in our yard, or in our living room, we don't have an issue. And it's the same for the Gray's Inn across the street. They have the same issue as we do. And now Mr. Milanes did lower the speakers. So today we didn't hear it, but yesterday across the street they heard it because they're now facing that way. So we don't have an issue with them dancing, having a good time, laughing, because there were many times before COVID that he actually had live music that it would get loud. And we never complained about it because it was once in a while. It was not a big deal. But this has been a constant for 2 years. And I don't see why we as residents, I understand it's a business district, but there is the code. And I mean, if whoever is saying that there isn't a code or there aren't rules, maybe they should read the code, because there is a code. And even the police chief took Mr. Milanes down and showed him where the boundaries were, and that it was not to be heard past that. So I hope you guys come up with something to fix it. And if all of us can be happy, hey, that's even better. And thank you so much for even being willing to hear this.
Okay, thank you, Helen.
Okay.
Next, please.
Next on the queue, I see Noreen Fernandez. Okay, Noreen, I've unmuted you. You are free to give your testimony, please.
Jane Heath. Bitch.
Hello, Noreen.
What?
His lawyer. She pissed me off. And so did that.
Noreen.
We can hear you, Noreen.
Why should I have to listen to?
Noreen, do you wish to testify? Do you wish to speak?
Oh my God.
Yes. What?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Noreen? Okay, well, is there anybody else who wishes to speak, Anthony?
Yes, Chair. I do see a phone number ending in 445. I'm going ahead and unmute.
We'll give Noreen a chance later.
Okay, number ending in 445. You are free to give your testimony, please.
You can turn it on, the TV, honey, if you want.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. All right, very good. I've been trying to figure out how to do this on the Zoom meeting on my computer.
Okay.
However,
if you have anything else,
I called on the phone.
Excuse me, if you have anything else on, please turn the volume down. We're getting some feedback.
That's what would happen if you had the TV on. But I mean,
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think Noreen's still on the line, though. Anthony, is there any way is there any way to mute the previous caller?
I just did. I did earlier too.
I to call the cops.
I do believe they have to turn off their microphone on their computer in order to not have it feedback anymore. Please.
Next thing is, I made a cheap laser and as loud as ever.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if they have music. Just keep it down so we don't have to hear it. It's ridiculous.
Oh.
Anthony, who do we have on the line? Who do we have?
At this point, I have everyone muted.
Okay, we still have somebody coming through. Okay, well, let's try this again.
Not anymore.
Okay.
So I think we're clear. I do not see any more raised hands. Noreen Fernandez just raised her hand again. Let me go ahead and click on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's see if we can get her on, and then let's see if we can get the next caller on if they still wish to speak.
Yes.
Okay, Noreen, are you there?
Yes.
Noreen?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I'm not getting a clear signal. I'm not hearing a clear signal from.
Yeah,
from Noreen.
it's not coming through. So, does anybody else have their hand raised?
I see Phil with his hand raised.
Okay, let's give Phil a try then.
Phil, you are free to give your testimony. I have unmuted you. Are you there, Phil?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Go ahead, Phil.
Finally, I called you. I did this Zoom meeting and all this stuff. Anyway, it's Phil Kaspersky. My wife and I, my wife Maureen and I, actually own the building that George occupies. We live directly above it. You should be aware that we first opened that building as a restaurant. We purchased the building in the process of being turned into a restaurant from the previous owners who were unable to complete it. After we had opened, we had a number of people say or ask us if they could play on the patio, which pleased us and our diners. And so we would feed them, they would play. We actually had 8 and 10-piece bands from time to time, and honestly never had a complaint. It was happy times, happy music, and it helped our business tremendously. So we were only told, and I have early documentation saying after 9 o'clock at night, we had to turn the music down or turn it off. We were not told we couldn't play music inside or outside the restaurant. It was understood by us that music on the patio, and as a matter of fact, several past mayors have spent evenings listening to music there, and we never had any complaints, any action brought against us. And sometimes it was loud. We actually had one weekend where we had a bluegrass festival, and we had numerous groups come in and play, and it was a lot of fun. That's the history of that building and that patio. A short history, but a history all the same. I would like to remind you that even though they haven't been happening as regularly lately, but the Harbor Festival, I have to tell you, and the Avocado Festival with the bands that were playing were much louder. And you have to figure that the Avocado Festival's several hundred yards away from us, and we could hear the Harbor Festival from the other end of the Embarcadero. They're really loud. So somehow there has to be something worked out so that George can occupy the building, have music, and he's meeting a standard that you set. I've read everything that was sent to me. I appreciate the city being so forthright with all of their information, but I just don't see a standard that's been set other than, and understandably, there's a neighborhood noise standard. And so I would call that quiet enjoyment maybe in a real estate term. If you have kids that are playing music all night long or whatever, and the neighbors are upset about it, well, the police should be dispatched and the neighbors should be able to enjoy their homes quietly. I understand the neighbors complaining about the noise. I think that there needs to be a standard set that not just George, but everybody on the Embarcadero should be held to. And I think George would work with you. I've had several conversations about this. I don't think he's being unreasonable. I've read all the documentation I was sent. I think people have spoken well about it. Aaron and his attorney, I thought, were very clear and very concise. So I would support the city working with George, setting standards. I would support George working with you. George, I know you're listening. And that's, I believe, all we have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Phil. Does anybody else wish to speak here?
I still see Noreen Fernandez's hand raised. I can try it one more time to see if we get a patch.
Let's give them one more try.
Okay, we'll do.
Noreen, are you there?
Can you hear us?
Okay, Noreen, you are live. Free to give your testimony, please.
Great. I am actually Cuban. I have been in this country more than probably 70 years. And my wife here, Noreen.
She's not coming through.
Yeah, we're definitely having trouble with reception there. So I'm going to go ahead and mute that.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Can you?
Just mute or what?
Hello, Noreen?
Yes.
Can you speak?
Yes.
Okay. We're having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Do you have a volume control you can turn up?
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better, but you're very, very faint.
Can you hear? Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
No, it's okay there. Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead with your testimony.
Okay, well, as I was saying, my wife Noreen and I have been together for more than 60 years. I was born in Cuba. I am a retired math professor. I had a doctorate degree. As a Cuban, I found my body with the expansion of Cuban cuisine really a joyful experience.
So, Anthony, I cannot make out what she's saying.
Noreen, I'm really sorry, but we cannot understand what you're saying. Your reception is very faulty, and you're breaking up. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to mute you so we can convene the meeting, please.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, sorry about that, Noreen, but... Okay, is there anybody else in the wishing to speak?
Chair, there is no one left with their hands raised currently. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we'll close public comment then and bring it back to the commission. Do we have questions for staff or questions for the applicants? Michael?
Scott, I didn't look this up, but didn't we just talk last week in Glenmore Bay that the fringe of the commercial district is 55 decibels for nuisance level? You're muted.
Scott, you're muted. Or should we call you Maureen?
Sorry about that. We have different noise standards in different sections of the code. We have noise limitations that are found in Chapter 9.28, and then we also have them in Chapter 17 with zoning code 1752.030. In that instance, it talks about like businesses operating with a noise frequency in excess of 70 dB within 100 feet of residential use. The section 9.28 kind of deals a lot more with, noises in residential areas. It's a little less clear when you're crossing between two adjacent uses, meaning you have commercial down on the Embarcadero and, residential is R2 up on the bluff. It's a little less clear when it comes to those types of things because it really deals with things that would be found in a neighborhood that wouldn't be good. Amplified music, live bands, that type of thing in a residential neighborhood would not be appropriate. But you have, in this instance, residential neighborhood abutted to heavy commercial area of town. So,
but there is one for the commercial district that's 70, right? You said there's some indices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Jesse?
That was similar to the question I was going to ask is where does that decibel maximum start and stop? Does it start and stop at the structure, the residential structure or the property line or the commercial structure?
Well, it talks about, generalized noise limitations. And it talked about operations sustained or intermittent noise levels exceeding 70 dBL, as described in the noise elements. I don't have that sitting in front of me right now. Gives a number of different uses that, could be generating noises in excess of that, and said will not be allowed within 100 feet of residential uses, hospitals, or any other noise-sensitive use unless levels are mitigated in compliance with the section. It talks about, noise like woodworking, machine milling, and things like that you might experience like in a more heavy or more industrial type setting, I suppose. But it just says general noise limitations. So.
Okay. Next, anybody else have any questions or comments or okay, Susan?
According to the staff report and the police reports and a lot of these paperworks, the business has been contacted multiple times. It sounded like, and at least for 2 months in terms of letters being issued and not getting a response from, or at least a positive response from the owner. Is that correct?
So, Mr. Milanis, you heard him speak here this evening. He's very cordial every time I've spoken with him. I think he's largely been that way when Chief Cox has spoken with him as well. At least I haven't, it wasn't my impression in talking with Chief Cox, Police Chief Cox, that he was argumentative or combative. So he recognizes that we're experiencing an issue. I mean, I realize why he wouldn't like it. He's in a commercial zone and he's got music on a patio, and you wouldn't think that would be an issue potentially, but it is, and it hasn't been addressed. And when I talked to Mr. Milanes, he said, "Okay, well, I'll keep the music down," and we literally got a complaint the next day. I wasn't here when the complaint came in. So couldn't go over there and verify how loud it was or anything like that. The chief's been out there several times when he was playing music and talked to Mr. Milanes, and I think other employees out there as well. And there was loud music being played. You could approve, I think the issue that, one of the commenters, the property owner, actually raised is, you can have bands down on the Embarcadero, a special event, and have bands playing. Those are very loud. So, yeah, we issued a permit for that. They could have live music there, too. It requires a permit. Because we can place appropriate conditions on those, so the frequency is once a month, right? And you can't play past certain times. Well, we haven't had any review of their ability to do this, play music on the patio, and it's appropriate to review those types of things in conjunction with a conditional use permit. Our noise policies suggest that if you're going to have some kind of noise intensive use, that you conduct an acoustical study. We didn't make that up out of thin air. That's actually in the policies that we have. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's why we suggested that in the letter. We said, hey, if you want to do this, we can get you the permit. You just need to do this study, and we can make it, and we can probably make something happen, because you'll get good information about how to, do some noise attenuating things that will make it possible to have it, I think. And that's kind of where we sat on it from a staff level. We want it to stop. We want Mr. Milanes to be able to continue to have his business. We don't want him to leave or anything like that. I mean, I personally, I was hoping we'd be able to work it out. You could, play it at a low level, so it wasn't an issue, and we work out this other, component of it, and then he could go about his business, and we wouldn't have to deal with it anymore.
Okay, Michael.
Yes, what I'd ask, I don't think it's open right now, but I kind of specifically remember when the siren came through with its renovations. We went through a lot of discussion about the music and the outdoor area that they serve food in back there. And my recollection was, I don't know, just anecdotally, I haven't heard any problems with that. And that's one of our primary live music venues, although I think it's been tempered the last few months.
Yeah, we've had to go through. I mean, because that owner's was very conscientious about this and didn't want to have negative impacts to the neighbors. And some things happened. We were having issues with noise going out the back door, so they put another door in, solid core door inside the building, so it wouldn't go out towards the RV park behind them. And then we were getting, when they were opening the front door, people come in and out. We were getting complaints from some of the adjacent commercial businesses when they had live music playing that the music was going out there. So they enclosed the front of that building. And so there's a double door system at the front now, too. So the reason why I went to the length to explain that is there are things that you can do to deal with noise attenuation that work great. Those two solutions made the neighbors happy. And while you could still hear the music outside the building when they were having live music, it wasn't like you were inside the building with the music being played next to you. And so that's also when I gave this exact example to Mr. Milanes when I talked to him on the phone. I said, you can do things that make this happen. I also had this conversation with his attorney, Jane Heath. So I'm just hoping I'm trying to encourage him to do that, because I think there are solutions to be had. We just don't know what they are at this point because he hasn't taken that next step.
Okay. So one of anybody else wish to?
Any public comment, or are we?
That's still questions right now.
Okay.
So Scott, one of the things we're seeing is almost a he said, she said, or he said, situation here, where somebody's, we're getting, it's too loud. No, it's not loud enough. Or it's not loud at all, kind of a situation. And did we have, the question I have, when the complaints were made and when people, even code enforcement went out there, were there any measurements? Were there any was there any actual measurements taken at 50 feet beyond the property line that we could see that there's any actual statistics or data?
Code enforcement doesn't do that. We don't have a noise meter with code enforcement at the moment, and he's literally only here 3 days a week during the day, so not really all that helpful. PD might have done something. I'm not exactly sure what their equipment is. They have gone out there and said the noise. They responded to complaints, and they said, so I gave you 32 noise complaints. They weren't all justified. Okay, so and I guess I should have said that when I put that out there. It made it sound like there was 32 of them and it was way too loud. That's not the case. Several of the times they went out there, the noise was being played at an acceptable level. Other times they went out there, it was, they could hear it coming down the street type thing, and it was very loud. And they went up on the bluff, and it was very loud up there. And that's when they made contact in those instances and requested that they turn it down. And I think that's also, what led to one of the citations being issued for it. So,
okay. So there's a third party
in what they did because I don't, oversee PD. So.
Yeah. So we have basically third party verification that this just isn't a disgruntled resident that's, maybe a disgruntled resident, but it's not just.
We've received numerous complaints from multiple parties.
Okay.
Okay. I've confirmed that with the police chief and the police commander. So in their evaluation of what they encountered when they went out there, that was the issue. They've also showed up to the site. Music was being played, and there was no one on site, and the place was unlocked. That's in the letter that I gave you from PD. It's one of the exhibits in the staff report. So I don't know. Okay, it seems like we need to do a little something here to bring it into compliance and to maybe rein it in a little bit, and see if we can't get some of the factual analysis to work on something so we can have music out there. Right?
Okay, so let's move on to comments. Jesse, you mentioned you want to go first on this.
Sure. Discussion. So, $7,500 seems a bit high for an acoustical study, or whatever the attorney was saying. Just an evaluation. That seems a bit high. I wouldn't imagine that. I don't know that necessarily an acoustical engineer needs to go out there. Somebody who's familiar with audiovisual equipment and knows how to set up speakers, a DJ. Can do that. I don't know that it needs to necessarily rise to the to the level of an acoustical engineered analysis immediately. I understand the need for music. They are on the Embarcadero. I think we need to be very careful here. As one of the commenters said about setting precedents. We just approved to have Off the Hook Roses and Off the Hook are both going to have hotels above them. Libertine's right there. We're likely going to have the same issue down in a couple years if we set a precedent here on what is required. But I think Scott was right on when he said we have to have something, and I don't believe requesting some sort of an acoustical study necessarily need to be a licensed engineer. I don't know, but an acoustical study doesn't seem onerous to me. So I think that's the next step. I think we would be I think it would be very fair to give Mr. I forgot his last name. I'm sorry. Give Mr. Milanis 90 days, to try to fix this without impacting his business, and then revisit in 90 days or 120 days or something. But in the meantime, he should be actively trying to curb these complaints or curb the noise levels. If he can prove with some sort of a study that he's not exceeding the levels as prescribed by the code, then that's another story. So.
Okay, Susan.
I did read all the papers that came with this and all the public comment. I thought that Commander Watkins' report was pretty shocking. I think Mr. Milanis has excellent food, and I think a restaurant is about food. And I do understand as a business, providing an ambiance with music can be important too, but I'm a big believer it should be very much in the background. I'm really annoyed when I go to places where I can't have a conversation with people because the music's too loud. I don't think it would hurt his business to turn his music down or off. And at this point, given the lack of cooperation, I would say no music on the patio until something is done, where he is either proving that, you know, his noise levels are within whatever the code suggests. His business is adjacent to residential areas and lodging areas. I think we all have to be good neighbors with each other. He has an excellent product and it stands on its own. His food is great. But it doesn't sound like he's been really cooperative with the city, the police department, or the neighbors. And this is very much the same as what we have when people, again, operate without a permit. They throw up a house without a permit. Well, you can't do that. So there is a process. He could apply for a permit. And in doing that, he may have to show that he can keep the sound levels down so that it's not going into somebody's living room on the bluff above him.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah, maybe impossible, but a long time ago, I used to do restaurants and bars as my specialty before I got into colleges. Just as much drinking, I think. It's just different. But, those people all had music, and it was a highly studied part of the way you did business. And you fit into neighborhoods and figured out a way to do it the right way. And I am worried about the image we present from these hearings. And the image I'm concerned about is that the residences were told in the vacation rentals, you don't have complaints. Well, now we have complaints on this one. We've got a record. And I think we basically tell the residents that, sorry, we just don't believe you're important. I think it's terribly important that those residences didn't just appear. They leased that property knowing they had residents above them. And I think they have to do the right thing. So I'm fully behind the staff report.
Joe?
It's not difficult to fashion an equitable solution if you only have to consider the interests of the owner and the owner's patrons, but that's not the case here, as Michael was saying. It's in a commercial area, but I bet the houses surrounding the restaurant are contemporaneous or maybe even predated the existence of the restaurant. This is pretty easy for me. I say to myself, there's no permit to play music inside the restaurant. There's no permit to play music outside the restaurant. The owner's response has been something less than good faith. The owner would have a very difficult time, given the complaints and the police investigating, to prove that the decibel level wasn't over 70, and likewise a very difficult time proving that there wasn't a nuisance level of noise after 10 o'clock. So it's just easy for me that I say he has to apply for a music permit outside. And I might add, were it not for the pandemic, I would say first that the owner has to apply for a music permit for inside and then see if he's displayed sufficient good faith for us to consider a permit outside. But I realize because of the pandemic situation, that might be a little egregious. And I'm also thinking that there should be a warning attached, which is failure to comply will result in citations and may in fact jeopardize his ability to continue to operate as a restaurateur. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Like Michael, I also have built several restaurants with live music venues in them, and most of them had hotels with sleeping quarters either above or adjacent to them, and you were able to handle the noise through various techniques. Also, I also knew a previous chef that had a restaurant there previous, and he had a restaurant there for quite a while, and he never had noise complaints there. I never heard of him having any complaints from the neighbors at all. So, and I frequented that considerably. I've been there, I've had lunch there in the Cuban restaurant. It actually has excellent food, and but that's neither here nor there right now. And what pushes me over the side is the third party. We have you can have people on both sides supporting their interests, but then we have a third party confirmation that says there is a problem. We may not have the exact numerical quantity study of what the problem is, but there's definitely a problem there. So the way I see it is what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to the point where we do have numerical data or conditions where the problem is neutralized, and where he can have his music, but deal with. But we also have the adjacent landowners, and the adjacent should be able to enjoy their properties and just as much as he can enjoy his. So it's the old saying, the freedom for you to swing your fist ends at the tip of my nose. And so that's kind of where we are with this. So I basically would support the staff report on this, and let them, part of that is come before the staff and prove it, and let's enjoy your music, but don't just prove that it's not a nuisance. So where do we go with this, guys? Does somebody want to make a motion? We would need further discussion on this, or?
Not exactly sure what it is we're approving. So the staff report, I think, recommended no outdoor music until an acoustical analysis. Correct?
So it's a good question, and I actually agree with what you were saying, Commissioner Barone, in that it doesn't need to be an acoustical engineer that necessarily does this. We purposely crafted the condition such that it says acoustical analysis, because I think initially we were thinking that's the way we were going to craft the condition, acoustical engineer, but thought there was other folks that could do this analysis, not just an engineer, and thought we could give them the opportunity to do that, because one of the things that they mentioned up front about this was the cost, and that resonated with me given the times that we're in right now. I don't want to unnecessarily create situations that cost folks money if we don't have to, and if there's other means to come up with solutions to this, that's what I'd like to see them do. And so that's the way we wrote the condition. And really, so you have a condition in front of you, you have a resolution in front of you that's PC Resolution 19-20, and it amends the previous conditional use permits on the project. It prohibits specifically music on the patio, and then says they can go do this. If they go do this, analysis and bring it back, they can amend the permit. They can amend the permit at staff level. That's fine. The idea is to bring it into compliance and resolution to solve the problem. It's not to create unnecessary hurdles. And they could come through for that amendment, and we could process it at a staff level. We would notice it out to everybody, so everybody has the same opportunity to speak and be heard. And if they don't like the decision the staff makes on it, then they have the ability to appeal that to Planning Commission, and even from there to City Council. So that's what we're proposing.
Well, I know the Siren has excellent acoustical consultants, because you've spoke to how they've mitigated some of their acoustical concerns over there. So, I mean, partnering with whoever they're using would be sounds like a solution to me. And I know those folks aren't engineers, but they're really good at what they do. So, I mean, I would encourage Mr. Milanes to get a hold of whoever it is they're using and try and figure this out. But what I don't want to do, me personally, and I realize I'm only one of five, but I wouldn't want to put the kibosh on it tonight without at least giving him a chance to comply.
I feel like he's had 2 or 3 months to comply. If he's had complaints since, what was it, April? And then he's had police and staff talk to him since September, and he hasn't been willing to come to the table. I would like to see this analysis done. I would like to see it done by somebody independent. So not just, your best friend with a acoustical sound meter to wander around with or something. I mean, I agree it doesn't have to be an engineer. It should be something affordable and reasonable. But I don't know. I feel like the neighbors need some a break. So I would agree with the staff recommendation. Get an analysis done and apply for a permit.
So the staff recommendation is on C1 is the playing of music, whether live or recorded, shall be prohibited on the patio until such time as the applicant has submitted an application and received approval for outdoor music. Any such application shall be accompanied by an acoustical analysis that mitigates noise impacts to adjacent properties.
I think that's fair.
I agree that that's fair. I just, like I say, I think preventing music as of today without some sort of a grace period. I mean, and I realize that, we're not going to agree on whether or not Mr. Milanes should have been in here before or should have, we can agree to disagree there. But I mean, when I'm reading through the noise complaints, some of these are at 10 a.m., some of these are at 3 p.m. I mean, you can't play music on the Embarcadero at 3 p.m. on a Saturday. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I want to live in this town if that's the kind of standard where we're at. I mean, you can't play music on the Embarcadero at 3 p.m. I don't know. That's not how I am a frequenter of these bars. I am a frequenter of these music venues. I like to go down and enjoy the music, and I understand that we have to, obviously consider everybody, and the neighbors we're just as obligated to hear them as we are to hear Mr. Milanes. But at the same time, some of the complaints I saw in the log seemed outrageous. Why would you complain about music on 3 p.m. on a Saturday?
So Jesse, you bring up a good point. We could amend the planning condition to allow music at certain times, so that on Saturday from noon to 4 or something, music could be allowed, or restricted in such terms as that on this planning condition. If he wishes to have it at 10 o'clock at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday night, then he needs to have this analysis done. So we have the ability to amend this condition so that in your view it's more equitable. So we can split.
I mean, to me, it's wintertime. The sun goes down at 5. But I mean, I don't think playing music till 7 p.m. on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday is outrageous. Maybe, I mean, people are watching Sunday Night Football, having a few drinks, wanting to dance a little. Till 7 p.m. doesn't seem crazy to me. 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, people go to bed early. Okay. I mean, I think the decision really is going to, the correct decision to me is going to make neither of these parties happy.
I thought there was a something in the ordinances that said it was a nuisance after 10 o'clock and a 70 decibel level. Don't we have any kind of objective standards as to what constitutes a noise nuisance?
We do. Our noise policies are, not maybe the best, the way they're written. They talk about after certain, I think it's, it's 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. or something in commercial areas. That doesn't help us. The section in the zoning code does, and it says the 70 decibels at 100 feet. If you change the condition the way that's suggested, we're just going to get more complaints, and we'll be right back here in another month. I mean, this. We've been talking to the restaurant owner for a while, and he has not changed his behavior one bit. So I guarantee you can put it on that you can say whatever hours you want. We will absolutely get complaints during those hours that he's operating it too loud, and we'll be back here, or operating it outside of that window too loud, and we'll be here, because that's just the way that it's been since we've made contact with him. He needs to. The hours don't need to change. The behavior and the way the speakers are deployed and the music is played needs to change. From what I can tell, I mean, we've had the number of conversations that we've had with him is a lot, and nothing's changed. So I don't know why that would change now.
Yeah, I would guess he unequivocally needs to understand what music is too loud at 8 o'clock at night, and
I think his hours. I think he's only open till 9. Although we've got noise complaints after that. So, but I mean, I think his operational hours, I think, are 9. I suppose maybe you close at 9 if people on the patio still eating or something. But it's been after that. We've had, like you said, we've had noise complaints during the day as well, and we've gone out there during the day, and music has been played loud on the patio. So I don't know what to say about that.
Okay, well. Where do we want to go with this, guys? Who wants to make a motion, or?
I would like to go with the staff planning conditions. And, hopefully Mr. Milanes applies for a permit and does his analysis and shows that he's willing to make some adjustments for these neighbors. Because it's not just Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And even if it was, if you're hearing that music every single day, all the time, when you'd rather be hearing the ocean birds and the sea lions and the foghorns, I mean, everybody deserves a little peace and quiet sometimes. So I'd just rather see it go through a process.
Okay, make a motion, Susan.
I move to approve resolution number PC 1920, resolution of the Morro Bay Planning Commission, approval of an amendment of conditional use permit number UPO-044 and minor use permit number UPO-200, site location 560 Embarcadero Road, specifically with the planning conditions noted in item 1. Do you want me to read them all out?
No, that's
you adopt the resolution. They're all in.
It's all in there. Yeah.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, let's have discussion on that. We have a second and a motion. So, Joe, did you want to?
No, I have nothing further to say. I agree with that resolution.
Okay, Michael?
No, I agree with Susan.
Okay, Jesse?
No further discussion.
Okay. I don't have anything else to say either. So let's call the roll on the vote then.
Commissioner Stewart?
Aye.
Commissioner Lucas?
Aye.
Commissioner Barron?
No.
Commissioner Graffia?
Aye.
Chair Lewin?
3. Yes.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. At this point, it's 8:42. Let's go ahead and take everybody good to take about an 8-minute break here. Stretch the legs, and we'll come back at around 8:50 then. Okay. open this up with.
So, so the next item is to the continuation of the public hearing on the review of the adoption draft of Plan Morro Bay. We left off on the public safety element last time. I think we do have a couple of folks in the queue that I see, so you might want to open it up to start this with and take some public comment. At least I see Betty Winholtz in there. Maybe Sophia.
Okay. So we'll open this up to public comment, and before we start, and then we'll. So Anthony, do we have anybody wishing to speak?
Chair, I do not see any raised hands.
Oh, there we go.
Actually, Betty Winholtz just raised her hand. Just a moment. Okay, Betty, you're live. Free to give your testimony, please.
Thank you. This is Betty Winholtz. I just want to acknowledge my 2 emails to you today regarding the 2 different elements. I do apologize for them being late, but I do hope you'll be able to scan some of those items. I think most of the questions are relevant. Some of them were just statements, and hope that you will take them into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your interest, Betty. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak?
Chair, there are no raised hands left in the queue.
Okay, great. So we're diving back into this again. Like we said, we're at page 491. This is the public safety. We have, I think, Betty's first comment is on 494. So
I had a question about the very first paragraph, because it says that protect the community from these hazards. And in fact, we're not protecting the community from some of these hazards. We're saying we're not going to protect the community from some of these hazards. That was a curious statement to me. So I'm not sure what to say differently, but that, the policies mitigate, but we're sometimes saying we're not going to protect some of these properties.
Well, it's absolutely, and I think you can't really protect. I'm sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I think that is protecting the communities. It's letting them know that, putting people on notice that we're going to be, sea level rise is the example, is adaptively retreating. That is protecting the community in some ways. It just depends on how you look at it, I suppose.
Yeah, I just didn't know. And certainly, Amy's more fluent in what these terms mean. I trust your judgment if that's the way, but I would think a lay person may look at that and say, well, you're not protecting my property. I know the policies specifically get into that and say we're not, but that was an interesting opening paragraph.
Yeah, I would offer the perspective Scott offered, and I think you could look at it multiple ways, but that is one of the intentions there.
Okay. Moving on, 492. 493, resiliency approach. It's easy for me to say. And vulnerability. So the only thing I have is will I come up to 494 on the sea level rise? It was that report that I read the other week too about groundwater rise from saltwater intrusion. I don't know if that'd be covered in this with what we have there, or we need to even specify it, but it was a thought. And then
it is mentioned in the table. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Under sea level rise and the expected impact.
So, and then Betty, I've got her email open. It says table, row, drought column, expected impacts, identifies population and economic impact. The column, vulnerable areas, did not list residential yards and city parks as impacted areas. Should it not? So
my response to that would be, I think our One Water plan provides for water for home use. So and we often do tell people no watering of lawns during extreme droughts. But the really vulnerable areas that perhaps would need our assistance would be those agricultural, natural, and open space areas. But I don't know. I mean, drought makes us all vulnerable.
And I think, we're trying to condition landscapes to be drought tolerant and native, withstand that. So both in our parks and our residential yards. So I think it's fine as it sits, but okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so 495.
I've got a question on that too, and this is a string that's going to go through this next section. And this is something I hadn't considered before, and maybe it's not a consideration, but with the wildfire areas, I was concerned about the way we are able to modify the buffers off of ESHAs. And it would strike me that the ESHAs in some ways are kind of a wildfire corridor that we respect moving through the city. And so one of the things I was wondering is, it talks about adjacent fire hazards and varying severity. But one of the things in there, it's more of a policy thing, is I'd like us to discuss whether or not we should align a consideration in those modifications of buffers that we're also potentially increasing the fire hazard capability of a wildfire by not having a proper buffer off of the ESHA, if the ESHAs in fact are a potential source of wildfire moving through the community. So in other words, when we move one of those ESHA buffers from 50 or 100 feet down to 25 feet or something like that, we've actually decreased the fire safety distance from the structures or whatever to the ESHA. Is that something you've ever heard of, Amy? Or Scott?
No, I don't have any experience with that, and I haven't heard that comment, and could definitely take that to our the team that put together the
yeah, because I just know it's so much more of an issue these days, than we maybe have ever considered before.
So the real restrictions come in the WUI areas, the wild urban land interface areas, and those are only on the south side of town. In the Black Hills area, there's a small area of it that crosses, across the highway, across the highway over there, Subway Boulevard. Sorry, and then extends on into the county that way. So that's probably the only place where that would come into play. Otherwise, it wouldn't. Building code requirements come into play when you're in those areas for the type of construction that you have to do adjacent to them. But other than that, there wouldn't be any special requirement.
I just noticed, like today, today was a pretty windy day. You get some of these 30, 40 mile an hour winds coming from the east, and they tend to blow down the ravine channels where most of these ESHAs are. And if something did happen over in the eastern farm areas, the grassland areas, and curve over the hill, you potentially could drive them through the town very quickly. But I'm just maybe making up a scenario that may not exist, but I just wondered if that is something that you ever came across, and if it's something you can ask the expert folk about, is that something to consider? That's all I would say.
Yeah,
I'm happy to do that. Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, no, I've had fairly lengthy discussions with our fire department on things like that, and they don't consider any of those areas to be really significant fire danger areas. They're small, isolated. They don't seem to have any. They don't find them to be an issue, and in fact, they don't agree with the WUI mapping for the high hazard severity zones on the south side of town. They also don't agree with those. There's at least, I guess, that information that's been made available to me anyway on that subject.
So do they not agree? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jesse.
I was going to say, do they not agree that it should be or shouldn't be?
They don't agree with the location of it.
Oh,
exactly.
I think that Black Hill should definitely be moderate. But.
Yeah.
So do we have consideration for the rangeland basically behind the North Morro Bay area, that if in fact it becomes untenable to be used as rangeland? Because right now the grazing keeps the fire hazards down, but what happens if the grazing is no longer profitable and it reverts to a chaparral or a sage condition? Do we have the ability in here to adjust for that, or by adjusting the maps or buffer areas?
Well, we don't create these maps.
Okay.
So.
Tell you one thing that will happen, Jerry, is the fire insurance rates will go way up, and that's what people are seeing who are now buying property in Atascadero up in the hills. They sort of are backing away because it's a massive additional separate fire insurance. So I think it's a problem that'll take care of itself.
These maps are created and put in place, and these classifications are put in place by CAL FIRE.
And they're very general. I mean, you'll see areas that shouldn't be moderate that are moderate, and areas that should be considered something and aren't considered anything. But I mean, realistically, in Atascadero, you're worried about crowning. You're worried about fire getting up in the trees and jumping, hundreds of yards and half a kilometer at a time. When we're talking about a grass fire, it's gonna burn, and then it's hopefully our fire folks are there putting it out. So,
Jerry.
Okay.
Jerry.
Joe.
I remember the last time I looked at this map on 97, I raised the issue of Black Hill as Jesse just did, and the response was that this is an old map and it's CAL FIRE. But I'm still concerned that we're consciously publishing what we know is an inaccurate map. I just wonder, could we date this map so at least somebody has a clue that when looking at this map that it might not be all that accurate just based on the date as to when it was first.
It has a date on it.
It does have the date in the bottom right corner.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
2016.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
I've been dealing with fire questions a lot on some of the zoning code work that I do recently, and really the message we keep coming back to is the state is active on this issue, and it's going to be in your building code and your fire code where this is all, the details of this are happening. So I know that doesn't solve the problem of this map possibly not being 100% correct, but that's where the rubber meets the road, is my understanding.
Yeah, and the general
homes and so forth.
And the general building codes are getting much stricter on fire. Fire responsibility and fire reduction. So, will as these maps are updated, will it take an amendment to change the maps out, or will they automatically be updated with the new and current maps?
We certainly could, as things come up, update them. It just depends on where we're at, and at the time they do get updated, if they get amended or changed. We would probably use the new maps regardless of whether they're in these documents or not, because as Amy pointed out, where the rubber meets the road is in other documents to tell you what you're supposed to do, like building codes and things like that. So it doesn't matter that the map is wrong; we wouldn't be able to follow it anyway. So
okay.
Well, the reality of the way WUI works is no matter if you're moderate or extremely high fire hazard, basically the standards are the same. So.
Okay, and then Betty has 496 repeatedly on maps throughout the document. 2 large future spheres of influences are identified, yet to my knowledge, no application to LAFCO has been made. How is this proper, if not misleading, to mark the maps this way?
It says future.
Okay.
So that's what if it gets approved this way, then that would be an application that is made to LAFCO. LAFCO doesn't come first. This comes first. Is the answer.
Okay, so 498, we're into the geological and seismic hazards, and 499, we're mapping of the faults. 4100, we're liquefaction susceptibility and landslide susceptibility on these maps. On the landslide issue, there's sections in North Morro Bay that are, you know, spot zones that have had landslides in my area here, and they're not shown on here. So I'm thinking the north end of Koa, and you know, at the creek, yeah, it'd be the north end of Koa, and I think not, and then all but up in that area, there's several lots. Is it that this map is just too generalized to pick up like a 6 or 8 lot section that'd be hazardous?
Can't really speak to it. You did receive some correspondence this evening, I think. Maybe you didn't. I saw an email earlier, and maybe it wasn't forwarded to you. It was after the meetings had started. About this from Tina Metzger. Oh. She had identified, so interesting, I mean, we'll take a look at that. She had identified some other resources related to maybe more updated, although I'm not sure about that, but she's raised the issue in front of the Planning Commission and the GPAC in the past about, you know, some of the information she has related to landslide areas being different than on this published map. So we'll have to take a look at that. Okay. Yeah, I'm just concerned if somebody's... And no, we don't map it lot by lot, so that could be exactly what you're talking about. We don't have that ability. We don't maintain the map ourselves. Okay.
Well, that's pretty detailed, though. I mean, just looking at it.
Yeah, it's missed a couple lots where there are some real issues. Yeah, one of the things I know is that as lots get bought and sold and people, you know, find out that there's underlying geological problems that they'll never be able to build on them. So...
I'm not sure if the city's GIS system has the same layers as the county's, but the county has that liquefaction layer in the GIS that you can lot by lot go through this.
Yeah, this was landslide. Okay, and then
I have something on 102.
Betty says map of landslide areas not have the WRF site colored in, even though a landslide recently occurred on this property in 2020. This error should be corrected.
We don't maintain the maps.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry that it's not better than that, but I mean, we would have to undertake an effort to do that. I mean, to update it really.
Okay, and then she also says on 4-102, first paragraph, last line. Should the words due to be grammatically removed?
I'm sorry, what page was that?
Okay, so first paragraph, last line. It says, let's see. Sentence is droughts also have a long-term impact that affect a community's economic, social, and environmental conditions, including due to interference with major revenue sources like tourism and agriculture. She's saying due to is redundant. So should that be edited?
Yeah, one of those words needs to go, either including or due to.
Okay, so anybody else have anything on? Well, she's got several on.
Yeah, 102. I have just a question on according to community. Second paragraph. I'm sorry, last sentence. According to community vulnerability and resilience assessment, where is that? I mean, where did that come from? Is that a federal study?
No, that's part of the background report for this project. We call it the CVRA for short, but it's in the attachments to the draft.
Okay. So Scott, should I read through each of these issues that Betty brings up, or should?
I mean, as we're going through the pages, it doesn't hurt. I mean, she's, you know, I mean, it would have been nice maybe to have it so we had a chance to look at it maybe beforehand, but she gave it to us. We're here. I mean, we're going through the section. It's nice that she gave it to us anyway, you know. And I mean, that the due to comment, that kind of makes sense. That the wording's a little funky. I agree with that. So,
okay. So the next, let's see, where is it? 402, third paragraph. This statement is confusing. The implementation actions are not included in the local coastal program. They are part of the city journalist plan. What is the significance of making this distinction?
So this was something that we worked out with Coastal Commission staff to make it clear which actions are part of the LCP and which are not. And so that's why that statement is there.
And I think that's consistent throughout the document.
Yes.
And then last line on the page, no implementation action specifically corresponds to this goal and policy. If this is so, then what's the point of having the goals and policies?
That's true, and there are instances of that in the report, and that is not totally unusual in general plans, but
and understand
discuss it.
Policies, as far as ones that are in the LCP, are just as important to Coastal Commission, or even more important to Coastal Commission than our implementation items.
Okay.
So, I mean, understand, they expect us to follow the policies, like that's the rule of law. So,
what I could see with that too is down the road, if our city and council didn't have enough to do, you could develop another implementation item based on this policy that we feel like we need to address more, and say education and awareness. We want to bring this to the forefront. So I think having it in there is important.
I just wanted to ask a question about policy 1.2 on that page. I get the evacuation assistance, but is there any acceptable adequate warning for earthquake-related events? I mean, it sounds a little odd to me that we'd be warning people about some of these things. I mean, we had the tsunami warning that tore up the dock a couple of years ago, and you know, flood maybe is a little more understood, that the Weather Service issues flood warnings, but it just seemed odd that we'd include the earthquake under the adequate warning part. I don't know how we.
Well, Michael, there is a system that they're bringing online that actually is an earthquake warning system where they can precede the S wave that comes through, and you actually get a couple seconds.
I was going to say it's seconds.
You know, yeah. But a couple seconds.
Might get better.
It might get better. It's wonkish. I'm sorry. It's
a couple seconds means you pull the scalpel back or something. You know, it's hard to say, and they may be getting better.
It talks about evacuation assistance also. So I mean,
yeah. Okay, let's see, 4103. Uh, 4104.
Yeah, this is one of those things again. And I'll just not comment on it anymore if we don't think it's an issue. But this is one of those ones with new development and fire safety about it specifically says avoid the ESHA, but then part of our new development strategy is to potentially let the buffers from ESHA be modified to lower. So that to me is kind of a contradiction, but if we think those are adequately covered elsewhere, I'll stand down on it.
Yeah, and also the removal of major vegetation, such as which I think is large trees and stuff, seems to be in for fire safety seems to be in conflict with our greenhouse gas goals, emission goals, and mitigation goals and stuff too. So I think that probably comes in the conditioning the projects, so that if they remove the trees close by, then they have to, the way I read it, they have to replace them and mitigate it through replacement somewhere else for the greenhouse goal emissions and stuff. Or am I reading that wrong?
Can you point to where you're talking about? Is it in policy 2.7?
That's in PS 2.7 in B. removal of major vegetation adjacent to existing development for fire safety purposes shall only be allowed upon a finding that the hill modification and brush clearance techniques are required in accordance with the applicable fire safety regulations are being carried out in a manner which reduces the coastal. So the way I read that we, for new developments, we're going to have a fire safety plan that will may allow removal of major vegetation, but then does this condition it enough that it's replaced in an alternate location or supplemental plantings?
Well, we do have a tree planting and removal policy elsewhere in the document, so we can take a look to make sure that these work together. I didn't have time after this letter, there was a comment on this in Ms. Winholtz's letter, I think also, and I didn't have a chance to track back to see if this language came from CAL FIRE or not. I don't know, Cindy or Scott, if you remember, most of this policy was influenced by their feedback because they did review a draft at one point. So
I don't recall.
Definitely want to keep that in mind, but yeah.
I think it was in response to comments that we got from CAL FIRE. And then also I would say that they would be subject to those replacement requirements for removal of major vegetation. So there would be, a lot happening here, because if they were removing major vegetation, and as the policy says, upon a finding that fuel modification is required, et cetera, then they're subject to vegetation replacement. And then again, in response to Commissioner Lucas's comments about ESHA buffer modifications, again, that's only with a finding that the modification is necessary to accommodate the intended or but the intended use. If that conflicts with WUI or other kind of fire safety, that has to also be in compliance.
Okay.
Jerry, I had actually it was Betty's comment about that. The phrase about removal at the bottom of 104 and the top of 105. Are we all in agreement that the language means that all three of those conditions have to be satisfied for removal?
That's how I'm reading it. I don't.
Yeah.
Anyone else disagrees?
I agree with that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the question is, does everybody think that the language is clear enough in conveying that meaning? That's my question. Okay.
Okay. So then he also has PS 2.12.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense there.
Grading and cut and fill operations require a new development to minimize grading and cut and fill operations.
That's sufficiently vague.
Yeah.
But sufficiently vague, so it doesn't matter, I guess. I don't know how you would quantify minimizing grading.
I think you have to leave it that way because every lot is going to have a specific set of conditions that don't apply to other lots. So
the hillsides are brutal.
We know what it means, minimize it. But if an engineer says you have to do it or you can't build it,
well, not necessarily so. We had I forgot the name of the development, but on Black Hill, the backside of Black Hill there, where I know Michael and I both requested that they step the building lots up so they could minimize the cut and fill, and it got approved where they didn't step those lots up, so they didn't minimize it. Which is, it's easier to build when you do that, but it's also, increases the cut and fill and, causes larger fences and retaining walls throughout. So, okay.
It seems very open to interpretation, and I feel like these documents should be as clear as possible, and I just feel like that's very, very vague. But
I think the whole point behind this is simply to preserve natural landforms where we can.
Is this something that is addressed in the EIR? That was my response to the comment, that it might be addressed further through mitigation in the EIR, but I don't know if it's in there.
So 4106, we've got policy TS 2.17, impacts on agriculture. This should be removed. The city of Morro Bay has no control over farming practices. I don't have a problem with that policy.
I don't see how it hurts.
No.
Yeah, I'd rather keep it than get rid of it. It doesn't cause us any problems to keep it, I don't think, but to get rid of it implies if we did have any impact. I'm also wondering too about the small business of growing some of your own food, and whereas industry implies, large operations, but it doesn't really talk about what that definition is. It could be all sorts of other things that it implies. I'm not sure. I don't mind keeping it in there.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. Okay, so for 107, page 107, we're getting into coastal hazards. 108.
I've got something here on 108. In that next to last sentence in the top paragraph, several important community assets are in these areas: Morro Bay High School, RV Park, Dune. Shouldn't we talk about the pumping station for the water recovery facility there too? That's an important community asset.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I would agree. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah.
Any problem listing that in there, Scott or Amy?
So what did you want to put in here?
The pumping component of the wastewater treatment plant is
the new lift station that'll be down there.
Right. Yeah. Okay. We're going to have infrastructure there. I think that should be.
And I think Ms. Lindholtz also asked about some other assets in that paragraph being added.
Yeah, she's on 108. She has first paragraph. Why isn't the power plant site and the Embarcadero listed in the paragraph as assets also?
Well, sometimes you have to be careful. I mean, if you start to add too many things, then it begins to look like an exhaustive list, and sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot by somebody later arguing that things are excluded because you didn't mention it. I think the pumping station is absolutely essentially mentioned, but I'm not sure we have to mention every asset.
Yeah, a shuttered power plant doesn't seem like an important community asset to me, personally.
Well, it's kind of a nice building.
It doesn't work.
I would say it's up to you guys. I mean, it can be included in there or not. I mean, it's not necessarily an asset like some of the other things that are there. Big piece of property and it has flooding issues on it.
Is it definitively in one of those zones, though? Because I'm looking at the map and the FEMA flood zone map. And obviously all those things we just talked about off of the creek are in that zone. But I'm not exactly sure where the power plant is on that map. I don't know if it's in that dark blue area. This is on PS5.
I believe a good chunk of it's in the 100-year floodplain.
Okay.
It has to do with when they put the plant in, they rerouted the creek. And so when things overtop down there, and it ignores the berms that are around there and don't use those for attenuating flooding. So it treats like floodwaters like they would go right through the plant there. So.
Yeah, because the ESHA goes all through there, I know. So it would make sense it would be in the floodplain. But.
Yeah. So it does. I mean, so it's kind of up to you. Whether you want to include it there or not. I mean, it is an asset in the form of we'd like to see something happen there in the future and pay attention to it. But I mean, again, so kind of up to you.
I wouldn't put it in myself.
And I don't think the Embarcadero would be in the floodplain because it may be in the maybe in inundation from sea level rise.
It actually is. Bob Fowler's building has the cheapest we could possibly come up with means to flood-proof the building when things come. So he's got things that they drill under the side. So it was a thing. And it has to do with the whole power plant being there, and that's what the mapping says. It's not the most fantastic thing in the world, but
okay.
Portions of the embarked area are in the floodplain.
All right. So, do you need to raise a hands or anything on that, Scott? Or
my take was I didn't have a majority of you wanting to put it back on the documents from what I said, but I mean, if you think differently.
I mean, one thing I'd say is those things are all on the ground. I mean, the high school is there and operating, and those things are all important assets. The fact that the power plant's vacant, nothing's really at risk there in terms of, and then anything that would be put in there would have to react to the floodplain issues in the first place. So I don't think we're necessarily putting anything at risk by ignoring it, but it's important to know that all those things are at risk they are community assets. Not that the power plant's not an asset, but it's not exposed to loss like those are.
Okay. I don't have a problem with it not being in.
Well, I wonder about things like the PG&E substation. I'm not going to touch that one.
Well, again, though, you don't have to have an exhaustive list. It does say such as, these things that are.
I haven't visited that site, but my guess is everything is up at the substation. They didn't leave anything down, is my guess.
Yeah. You're wearing rubber boots. Okay, so 410, she has first paragraph, next to last sentence, 5.5 feet or more is an exaggeration when compared to the table on 4.117. This phrase 5.5 feet or more should be replaced with 3.1 feet for consistency.
What page are we on?
4.110, the first paragraph.
And then it's two different pages. And again, having read this quickly for the meeting, I wanted to look into this further. I'm not sure why it's different. Cindy or Scott, if you remember anything in addition there.
I don't.
Okay, let's just check it for consistency. Let's mark that.
Okay.
I think we should be because it's a planning document that looks far out there. If it says as much as, we should be using the as much as that has the larger figure, not the minimal figure.
Yeah, but if we're calling for one place we're saying it's 10 feet, and the other place we're saying it's 2 feet, whatever, that's an exaggeration. But I think if we're setting a set year by, then we should be consistent. For me,
I think it should be too. I just would use the higher figures. That's all.
Yeah, whichever figure is the right one.
It's saying two different things, though. This is saying as much as 5.0 feet. This is saying projected at 3.1. So, I mean, basically it's saying less than or equal to, 5.5.
Right. But I don't know if we should be splitting hairs like that if we've got one number, one place. I think so. So let's just make that consistent. And then, so 411, the tsunamis, they're always fun. And 412, 413.
Do we want to note on 4111 that we've had damage? I mean, I don't know how extensive it was, but didn't we lose one of the floating piers in that tsunami that came through about 5 years ago, less than 5 years ago?
There wasn't any damage in the marina, but there was damage in the harbor by Beach Street. We lost one of the piers got damaged there, if I remember correctly. So
I don't think it's necessary.
But history story. One of my friends was sitting at the Associated Pacific, and he was on the barge sitting in the crane when he saw the bay water slosh over the sand spit, and he's sitting in the cab of the crane. So. Okay, so we got 4115 for erosion, assets affected, beach and shoreline. 4116, we're into the state parks, and she mentions public utilities. Due to my advocacy, it's also significant to me that the city is acknowledging that flooding is not expected to occur until 2100, 80 years away. Align that with the fact that the plan WRF is designed for only 30 years, and the reason to move the plant now due to flooding shows itself to be erroneous. This text is reinforcing that table on 4117. I think that's been adjudicated so far. So 4117, anything on that?
Do we have to say, though, at 4116, I would not want to, I don't agree with Ms. Winholtz on that at all, but the aspect I would say is the wastewater treatment plant site has been found to be vulnerable, but armoring facilities that will remain is necessary. Because I will contest that it would be a horrible mistake to put the major plant in that block as it was proposed or as re-envisioned by some people. And whatever is remaining there is going to get significantly armored. Well,
you can't armor it because then you create the island in the stream.
Well, I know the larger plants that the existing the pumping station or whatever Scott was calling it that's remaining.
Lift station.
Yeah, that the lift station has to be armored.
It is armored. I think it was designed to be armored.
I think it's designed to be above the base flood elevation.
Yeah.
But it's also a lift station, so I mean, inundation wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, other than you get sewer everywhere.
Okay, 118, and then 119. We have the sea level hazard areas. 120. I got a real problem with that page, but we'll let that go blank. 120, 121. I'm sorry. Sea level hazard areas again.
I didn't understand. I mean, I guess I had trouble differentiating. Oh, no, there it is. The maps.
And one's 2050 and one's 2000.
No, the hashes. Their hashes are slightly different, but they're kind of hard to make. Anyway, never mind.
Okay, so 123 were asset vulnerability and adaptation.
Yeah, the northern Morro Bay piece there, this area will require extensive ongoing maintenance to ensure that the increasing sea levels and associated coastal hazards do not destabilize the structure. And I thought that was curious because I'm not sure which structure they're talking about. Because is it the rock parking lot? Because that's all fill, so I don't know if it was meant to say do not destabilize the structure located on previous fill, or what the structure was they were talking about. Was it the high school?
It's the parking lot. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cindy and Scott. I think it could be worded a little better, but if I'm remembering correctly from the report from the engineers, there is a structural component there. I think it's rock and some other things that could be undermined, or it is expected to be undermined over time.
That's the old WPA 30s fill there. That's who knows what they did. and then the next paragraph in Highway 1 is, are we responsible for that low-lying section? Isn't that Caltrans that takes care of that?
It is Caltrans. It's one of the areas that we had them study specifically because it was a vulnerability that we were aware of. And it's called out in our document. Caltrans is a responsible agency that will potentially comment on our document. Ignoring it would probably raise an eyebrow from them.
No, I don't want to ignore it. I just wondered if we wanted to say, the route of Highway 1 in parentheses, Caltrans responsibility or something like that. So it doesn't think it's our responsibility to take care of it. I mean, that's what scares me about some of these documents is when you look at it some way, it says, well, the city was supposed to do this. The city was supposed to take care of Highway 1. The city was supposed to protect my beachfront property. No, that's not what they mean. That's not what the policies say.
I mean, I think it just in general says that these things will be necessary as waters rise, basically. I don't know that it says who's responsible for it necessarily. But I mean, Highway 1 isn't our responsibility anyway. I mean, couldn't really take it to be that.
Okay.
We have no authority over it.
Okay, you good with that, Michael?
Well, I tend to look to see who I think is responsible for it if it's in the document. That's all. It's in our document and it says Highway 1. It doesn't say, if you get down to the weeds, I guess it says that. We would know that. But intuitively, that almost sounds to me like we've got to put something in place to fix Route 1.
So I guess we could potentially, I'm looking through the policies to see if there's something in here that talks about anything with Caltrans or doesn't appear to be anything that's that specific.
Even if we said the city will coordinate efforts with Caltrans responsibility or something like that.
So I'm just looking through the implementation items right now to see if there's anything there where it could naturally go.
Okay, you want to research that or do as far as general? Do you want to edit that, Scott or Amy, or do you think we need to, or should we assign responsibility or?
I mean, from the folks that have to deal with this, meaning city staff, it's not a question to me, nor would it be a question to any other staff member here. Everybody knows who deals with Highway 1, but it's a public document. Others might. Commissioner Lucas raises that point. It's not just for staff, it's for the public. So I suppose, if there's a desire amongst at least two more of you to put it in there, we can figure out a place to put it.
Okay, I don't think it's going to hurt anything. Anybody else?
It's very clear to me as a county guy who owns the highway.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't see anything wrong with making it a little bit more explicit for the novice or the uninformed. So yeah, I agree with Commissioner.
Okay.
So you'd be fine that it's not necessarily in that the Highway 1 paragraph, but would maybe be in the policy or something. I haven't decided where we're going to put it yet, but as long as it's called out in this section.
I'm fine with whatever you want to do. I just thought adding policy triggered more review at the Coastal Commission versus if it was a part of a...
We would just add the coordination thing with Caltrans there. And it seems like a policy that we would coordinate with them. I don't know. It's not off the top of my head right at, almost 10 o'clock. Having been on.
Okay, so we're on 424 or 124. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Whenever we get to 126, I have a question.
Okay, tsunami beaches. So 4125. Then we're at 4126. So go ahead, Jesse.
So it comes up a couple times. Structures legally constructed prior to January 1st, 1977 that have not been redeveloped since then. how are we, or where are we defining redeveloped?
What one are you looking at? I'm sorry.
Policies, both 3.7 and 3.8. It comes up a couple times. Talks about shall only. Let's read the whole thing. New shoreline protected device development shall only be allowed or required to protect existing structures, i.e., structures legally constructed prior to January 1st, 1977, that have not been redeveloped since then. Are we talking redevelopment, like complete redevelopment, like demo and reconstruct? Or are we talking, major remodels? Or
It's in the glossary.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's the term redevelopment.
Okay.
It's pretty specific, and it's from the Coastal Act.
Yeah.
So do you want me to read it, or do you guys?
No, I'll look it up. I just didn't know about it. So, yeah.
I mean, the others might be interested. Amy, why don't you go ahead and read it to them so they kind of, so it closes the list.
It says a structure shall be considered redeveloped, whereby the structure is no longer considered an existing structure, and instead the entire structure and all development on the site must be made to conform with all applicable LCP policies. When such development consists of one alteration, in parentheses, including interior and or exterior remodeling and renovations, demolition or partial demolition, etc. In parentheses, of 50% or more of the major structural components, in parentheses, including exterior walls, floor and roof structure and foundation, in parentheses, of such development. Sorry, that probably sounds pretty awkward read out, but you can take a look. And then 2 in that list is additions and alterations to such development that lead to more than a 50% increase in floor area for the development. And then at the very end of the definition, it says changes to floor area and individual major structural components are measured cumulatively over time from January 1st, 1977.
That sounds very much like what Public Works uses for better sidewalks and for flood stuff.
All Coastal Act stuff.
So then Betty has page 1 is policy PS 3.8 and PS 3.9 giving private owners, developers permission to armor. So
I think it just tells you the only instances where this could take place is for these structures that existed prior to January 1, 1977. And it's not to be said that they could do that, because there's other policies in here that say we shouldn't be doing that. So
yeah. Okay. So 4127. 4128, 4129, 130.
My question on 316 on the ponding, and I haven't thought this all the way through, but when we advocate things like bioswales, are we getting into trouble with this type of thing if we have extreme conditions in the future? I couldn't play it out in my head that it's necessarily a problem, but I just wondered, because we're actively encouraging people and where it's possible to do more on-site retention. So and that's by state or even federal impact or requirements, if I'm not mistaken. But is that increasing the probability of ponding issues? Because we're not. They ultimately overflow into the stormwater system, right?
They do, and so that's the kind of point of them. I think we're okay. I mean, we're designing them to sort of capture water and hold them for a while. I mean, under certain storm events, I suppose it could create an issue.
I think this is unwanted ponding. That could be more clear, on pavement.
Yeah, these are definitely meant to apply to areas in town that weren't designed to hold water initially, or weren't meant to.
implementation action PS5, does that obligate the city to do something that is, well, what does it obligate the city to do, I guess?
It's to continue to monitor what sea level rise is doing to the beaches. Because as beaches erode and they get closer to improvements, then those improvements become more vulnerable. So we're required to look at those things. We're a coastal city. We should be doing those things. The good thing is they're starting to do a lot of modeling out there, so it might not even require the city to do anything. Over time, it might just be handled by other agencies that are taking a look at it. I mean, they're already doing that on the sea level rise, side of things. It's a lot of existing published data that just keeps getting updated. So this document says that we'll be monitoring that, but looks like over time we might not even have to. So.
Okay. So it's not putting the city on the hook to do it every 5 years or every 10 years, or just kind of saying, if nobody else is doing it, I guess we probably should.
We do have we do have a requirement to look at the sea level rise. What's the time frame on it?
I thought there were 20-year horizons or something like that.
Yeah, but we were supposed to, do a check. I think we were supposed to do a check every 5 years or something like that.
I was more concerned what Jesse was talking about was does it require us to consider doing things like beach replenishment? My family on the east side of the continent, they live in a community where they replenish the beach every year because of erosion. And I think we're doing the opposite. We're monitoring it to talk about what the impact is as it continues to move inland. We're not trying to stop the beach loss with replenishment.
I think it does talk. We do have policies in there that talk about the potential to do that. That's one of the things that you can do to stop beach erosion if we're experiencing it. I think it also talks about, creating dune habitat and things like that to stabilize the beach so it doesn't erode as quickly or doesn't erode at all. I think we have both of those in here. Is that right, Amy?
We talk about beach replenishment, but I don't see it in a policy. And then I was just looking for the other stabilization.
Didn't I see a section where it talked about dredging and using the spoils to replenish the beaches?
Maybe in a different element.
Yeah.
It's not in public safety. We do have maintaining the navigation ways in the land use element.
It does talk in another section. It's in the Coastal Act that dredge spoils suitable for beach replenishment are encouraged or should be directed elsewhere. But Amy's right that there is no specific policy regarding beach replenishment.
Okay, I knew there was a discussion about it somewhere. I just couldn't remember what was that.
Okay, so 431, Betty has a couple items. PS10, is this a stock statement and should be removed? Specifically address potential impacts of basements. Morro Bay doesn't have basements, particularly in the beach track and cloisters.
I was thinking about that. I can specifically recall in the Malibu area when some of the larger homes that were built, underground parking for 30 cars because there was no other place to park cars. So even though it's not present now, it's not that difficult to imagine somebody wanting basements not for habitation, but for cars. So
we had that earlier project where we depressed the parking, and that may be another issue in other parts of town if somebody wanted to work on height issues with density.
We do have some basements.
We do.
There are some little houses, older ones, that have little basements.
I mean,
They're wet.
It's a prolific issue. It's a little bit niche, but we do have a few of them out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll leave that, and then the implementation item PS12 is unrealistic and therefore should be removed. Not sure which is talking.
I had that because include is a pretty definitive statement. I'm not sure what you think about that.
So I mean, we have it in here because it have requirements to, that we monitor sea level rise over time, and you can't monitor it without money. Although now it's becoming less of an issue again because, there's other agencies that are out there that are actively monitoring it for us. So becomes less of a problem.
I think not including it would be a bigger problem because how could you force the city council to fund it if it wasn't specifically itemized for funding?
And it takes a lot of different formats. As you update, different, like the waterfront master plan. When we update it, it's going to have a component that addresses this. Like what are the triggers when we raise infrastructure specifically on the waterfront? What is the trigger when we raise the lease site heights on the waterfront? The waterfront master plan, when we update it, which is one of the implementation items, will have that information in there. It'll have to have it. Coastal will require it.
Okay. So 430, 132, 133, 134.
Let's see pandemic in here.
She mentioned 134 peak load water supply. Should the last sentence recognize that the one water plan is complete?
Make that change.
Yeah, we have a few of these that we need to update to make more current. So it's a good point.
Can I just ask a question about the Diablo issue? If it's whatever that is, delicensed or when it loses its license, they're still storing the materials there. Are those areas still valid because of the material that's stored there and hazard? Because it's not the plant operation per se at some point. That may be 20 years out, I think, till they're actually, I don't know what their shutdown period timeline is.
They were talking about 2025. 2025 is shutting operations.
My understanding is they're going to store spent fuel rods for a long time, hundreds of years, right?
So this wouldn't change because of the nature of that. I just wondered if the map needed to be changed. It's obviously something we all understand, but I just didn't know if the nature of the zoning or the nature of the possibility of the accident or the implication of the accident was any different.
Interesting question that you raised, but one I don't have an answer to, and we wouldn't be the ones developing the map anyway. If they changed it, it would come from others, and we would just adhere to what the requirements are. These are all things that our Root Tree Operations Center follow, both city-wise and county-wise. We all use these, and if they changed it based on the decommissioning of the plant and just having the spent fuel rods out there, they might, I don't know, then we would be following that and this would become obsolete.
It's nice to put in this long-term document because 40 years from now, people might forget there was an active nuclear power plant there.
Okay, so moving on to 137, the goals and policies.
I wondered if in 137 we would want to include something about pandemic response, if that would be the place. The interagency cooperation has been significant. I think we've been working with county public health a lot.
The city has an emergency response plan, and we just added a pandemic annex to it.
Okay.
It's a separate document, but it does exactly what you're talking about, and we didn't have one, so we developed one.
Yeah. Pandemics are good for something.
So it was, so I don't know that it needs to live in here since we've already done it.
Okay. Yeah. No, cool with that. I do think the whole document, even if it doesn't necessarily say pandemic, it's sort of measured out how things are working, and we've done a pretty good job, I think, as a community. So
we do have policy PS 4.1 to update that plan regularly. So
yeah.
And then Betty had PS 4.5 transportation requirements. Don't these standards already exist? And it says establish minimum road widths and clearances around structures to improve transportation in the event of an emergency.
Probably just continuing to establish those minimums, I mean, so that we don't not do that in the future.
Do we have any place where we have where we're looking to get a second exit from the Embarcadero, like over the creek and through 41? It seems like that would be an emergency response planning that.
I thought that was operational for emergency vehicles.
It is.
Yeah.
Is it load rated for
fire truck?
For fire trucks? Okay.
They regularly drive over it as a training exercise.
And it was called for in your existing general plan, LCP. So you did that one.
Okay, good.
If you have a 4-wheel drive, you can get off the Embarcadero without that bridge. I'm just saying. So.
Yeah. Okay, then let's see. She also had PS 14, and then doesn't that already exist? Or one? What is it? It's got PS 14. Page 137, there isn't a PS 14.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of
It's the implementation action.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, we do have an emergency communications plan. I believe it's identified in one of the annexes. I'd have to verify that though. So it's called something else than that, I think, though.
I think this would be a very funny document to look at in 50 years and see how we communicated in 2020 and say, oh, these things.
I think the implementation action was really just to update what we have, since our current general plan probably doesn't reference social media.
It talks about telegraphs.
We're coming up on 10 o'clock here. I think so Scott, what do we have on the agenda for the next meeting? I know we have the leaseholders.
So that's what we haven't talked about that yet, and so that's a great point, Commissioner Lohr. We were hoping that on the first we'd be able to just go over the leaseholders' comments, because they gave us, I think, about 15 pages worth of comment and then solution, and I wanted to spend adequate time on that. But it looks like now we'll be going over environmental justice. And then you'll be able to skip implementation because you've seen all those already. We don't need to do it twice. And then any comments or questions you have related to the glossary. So that would be on the first as well. So we would do that, complete this document, and then move into the leaseholder piece. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Either that or reverse the order and do the leaseholders first.
It might be good, since they're going to want to, talk to us about it. We do have one other item on the agenda that'll be in front of that. So I think that's probably a good idea, Chair Lohr, is to let them go first so they don't have to wait.
What do we have what else do we have on the calendar for that?
Just one project.
Doesn't have music, does it?
It does not have music, and it's not people not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Right.
Regular development.
Are pitchforks involved?
There are no pitchforks that I'm aware of. Nancy didn't tell me there are. Surprise.
Okay, so
we would need a motion in a second and a vote to continue this public hearing, because we're still having a public hearing.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Next regular meeting.
I move to continue the public hearing on the general plan to our next meeting.
Second.
Who seconded? Jesse, was that you?
I think we are. Yeah, I seconded it also. Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Can you call the vote, please?
Yeah, Commissioner Stewart?
Aye.
Commissioner Barone?
Aye.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Graffia?
Aye.
Chair Lohr?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, so on the agenda, we have item C, which is new business, and we have none. Item D is unfinished business, and there's none listed. The next item is planning commissioners' comments and future agenda items. Do we have any? Nobody's popping up, so.
I feel like I want to say something about this whole thing with Mr. Milanes, but I'm going to hold off to a different meeting. I'll think about it. We'll talk about it next time.
Discretion. Okay, then, Scott, do you have any other comments or
I have
words of wisdom?
I think I've talked plenty this evening. I'm good.
Okay. So at this point, we'll adjourn to the next regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting on December 1st, 2020 at 6 p.m. via our favorite Zoom.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Be safe.
Okay, good evening.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, please stay safe.
Okay.